Maybe there's only one fucking email from him.
Hello, everybody. Just noting that we're going to get started in a second, and that if you're on Zoom, that mute for the moment, and then we'll be ready to start momentarily. And we're ready to start, Sarah, whenever you are. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome. I'm Dan Gorodnick, Chair of the City Planning Commission and Director of the Department of City Planning. Welcome to today's review session of the City Planning Commission. Today's date is August the 5th. We are joined today by Vice Chair Knuckles, Commissioners Cerullo, Crowell remotely, Gold, Goodrich, Kermani remotely, Marin remotely, Osorio, and Rampersad. And so welcome. Thanks to all of you. Before we get to today's agenda, I would just like to take a moment to touch on some recent news and events relevant to this administration's work to tackle our housing crisis. Last week, Mayor Adams and our administration celebrated a second back-to-back record-breaking year for the creation and preservation of affordable housing. In the last fiscal year, city agencies financed a combined 28,944 units of affordable and public housing. This is a huge accomplishment and shows how much housing has been a priority for this administration. With City of Yes for Housing Opportunity, which we're going to talk about a little later today, we can keep the momentum going by building a little more housing in every neighborhood and giving people more options so they don't need to compete for ever smaller pieces of the pie. One of the key components of City of Yes for Housing Opportunity would legalize accessory dwelling units, also known as ADUs, for one and two family homes so they can add an extra unit in their attic or their backyard, for example. This will make it easier to provide space for a loved one or a caretaker or bring in extra income, all without significant change to a neighborhood's character. But zoning is only one part of this equation, and I was very proud to join Mayor Adams just about an hour and a half ago and others for an announcement of multiple new tools to assist homeowners to create ADUs that will help them to afford and to remain in the communities that they call home and build generational wealth for families. These new tools include a one-stop shop portal to assist homeowners with regulatory approvals for ADUs and new grant funding to support the Plus One ADU pilot program. I'd also like to invite New Yorkers to participate in our public scoping meeting for the Long Island City Neighborhood Plan next Monday, August 12 at 2 p.m. This remote meeting is a great opportunity to make your voices heard and provide input on the plan's environmental review, a key step in the neighborhood planning process. To learn more, to learn how to watch, or to join the meeting, visit nyc.gov/engage. Now, for today's agenda, we will start in Long Island City for a demapping of a street at 4939 Van Dam Street. This unutilized area adjacent to the Long Island Expressway on-ramp would be removed from the city map to make room for an outdoor eating and drinking area as part of a conversion of warehouse space for restaurant use. From there, we'll head to Sheepshead Bay in Brooklyn for a proposed residential development at 2185 Coyle Street. The project will be near the B3, B31, and BM4 buses in Marine Park and would create over 430 homes, nearly 110 of them income restricted, as well as ground floor retail. We'll next learn about a proposal to convert a historic building that previously served as a UN permanent mission for several missions into a private members club with guest rooms for overnight stays. Alongside the application, the applicant will repair and restore key historic features of this building at 854 Fifth Avenue on the Upper East Side. Heading downtown to Soho, we'll look at a special permit renewal for 503 Broadway. The permit is to legalize the existing operations of the Zara retail company on portions of the cellar, first and second floor of the building. And in Pleasant Plains, Staten Island, we'll hear about an authorization to waive requirements to facilitate a detached two-family home in the special South Richmond Development District. We will also continue, as I noted a moment ago, our discussion on City of Yes for housing opportunity, including what we heard at last month's Marathon public hearing. And before we do anything at all, we have a very special presentation today, which will be introduced by our secretary in a moment, on the Willoughby Hart Historic District in Community District 3 in Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn. And we are going to hear from our friends at the Landmarks Preservation Commission on this historic district designation. So with that, Madam Secretary, I will turn it over to you and let us get started.
Good afternoon and welcome to the City Planning Commission Review Session for Monday, August 5th, 2024. The time is 1:17 p.m. and a quorum is present. The first item on our agenda is a special presentation regarding the Willoughby Hart Historic District designation. We are joined today by Lisa Kerr-Savage, the Executive Director from the Landmarks Preservation Commission, LPC.
Welcome. Nice to have you here.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate being here. And good afternoon, Chair Garodnick and Commissioners. And I want to thank you for the opportunity to present the Willoughby Hart Historic District, which was designated on June 25th. The district consists of 2 blocks of cohesive historic streetscapes with row houses built between the early 1870s and 1890s, representing the early development of the Bedford-Stuyvesant neighborhood in the late 19th century. The Willoughby Hart Historic District is located in the northwest corner of the Bedford-Stuyvesant neighborhood in the vicinity of the Clinton Hill and Bedford-Stuyvesant Historic Districts. It was identified by LPC in various surveys over many years, and after having designated larger districts in the neighborhood, LPC restudied the area and prioritized it for designation. In addition to our internal studies, LPC received a request for evaluation from 2 block associations for a historic district encompassing the area that we had found to merit designation. The Willoughby Hart Historic District is bounded by Nostrand Avenue to the east, Marcy Avenue to the west, and Willoughby Avenue to the north, and Hart Street to the south. LPC held 3 owner information sessions in advance of calendaring and after. At each one, we provided an explanation of why the historic district is significant and answered questions about our review process for typical alterations, including rear yard and rooftop extensions. We also offered and held many one-on-one meetings with individual property owners and also responded to concerns about timing by postponing 2 public meetings. Throughout the designation process and at our public hearing on Tuesday, June 11th, the Commission received written and verbal testimony from property owners, both in support and opposition of the historic district. Elected official support included Councilmember Osei, State Senator Jaspari Brisport, and New York State Assembly Member Stephanie Zinnerman. Organizations supporting included Brooklyn Community Board 3, the New York Landmarks Conservancy, Historic Districts Council, Safe Harlem Now, and others. And I will note that the full reporting of the testimony is included in the Historic District's designation report. The Willoughby Hart Historic District was historically part of a community known as Cripplebush, which was developed in the mid-17th century along with historic Cripplebush Road that connected the settlement of the Bedford Corners to Newtown in Queens. And we can see that road in this 1886 map. And the land immediately within the district was later part of Henry Borman's property. Development started slowly in the 1870s with one group of houses on Willoughby that are still mostly intact. The rest of the row houses in the district were designed, constructed, and planned by a small group of builders, owners, and local Brooklyn architects, such as Thomas E. Greenland, Arthur Taylor, and Isaac D. Reynolds. By the mid-1880s, the blocks had been nearly fully developed, and by 1898, all of the buildings in the district were constructed. The district is characterized by long, consistent rows of preserved row houses. Many of the early inhabitants of these houses were Jewish immigrants from Russia, many of whom were also local business owners. The homes were owner-occupied until the 1920s, when most were split between multiple families who rented space. By the mid-20th century, the African-American community grew here, as it did in larger Bedford-Stuyvesant neighborhood. And in 1969, of the 250,000 people living in Bed-Stuy, 80% were Black and 10% were Puerto Rican. In the 1960s, the Central Brooklyn Coordinating Council lobbied Senator Robert F. Kennedy to visit Bed-Stuy and worked with his staff to form the first federally funded community development corporation in the country, the Bedford-Stuyvesant Development and Service Corporation, which focused on restoration, largely carried out by local men learning skilled trades. Number 45 Willoughby Avenue and the 5 adjoining row houses, all of which are in the district, were restored as part of this program. Shown here is our analysis of the building dates and styles represented in the district. All of the row houses were built during the last 3 decades of the 19th century, during a time of transition from farmland to dense residential development. The most common architectural style is neo-Grec, seen throughout the district, employed throughout the phases of development. Row houses featuring a combination of neo-Grec and Second Empire stylistic features are among the earliest buildings constructed, and a row of Romanesque Revival and Queen Anne style houses on Hart Street are among these. And here you can see examples of the Second Empire, Neo-Grec, and Romanesque Revival styles. After calendaring, there was permitting activity at DOB that LPC monitored, including resurfacing, rear and rooftop additions, and facade repair. In voting to approve the district, the LPC commissioners were apprised of and considered those permits. Today, the district has good integrity overall, with consistent historic streetscapes and minor alterations to some properties that do not detract from the strong historic architectural character, streetscape integrity, and sense of place consistent with similar historic districts. And with that, I want to thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Great. Just a question on one of the images that you put up. I don't know what the date was, but in front of the buildings, there were piles of, it looks like piles of dirt or excavation. Keep going back. That one right there on the right. What am I looking at here?
Right. So I know that this was a 1914 image from DEP, and we loved it for the architecture. I'm not sure what the city was doing here with the piles of dirt.
Okay. Okay. Well, I thought maybe you would, and I was interested, and it's okay. It's a really probably apropos of nothing here except for my own interest, but thank you. Okay, let me see if there are other questions. Commissioner Gold, Commissioner Sor.
Hi, thank you. One question. When we look at the feedback that you got both from, well, really from the community, as well as at the hearings, it looked like, I don't know if one did the math, it was almost equally mixed, right, on the yeses versus the nos. Can you talk a little bit about what the concerns were from the nos, and if there's what we can do to address that? Sure.
Let me start by saying that we did have a lot of support for the district, and that we did have the request from the block associations in the district as well. But I would say that there was, concerns from people who just generally probably don't want more government oversight in aspects of, sort of regulatory review. And some concern about whether LPC approves, extensions, rooftop additions, rear yard additions, which of course we do. So that's why we spent so much time really working on the owner outreach here, because, there's, I think, some people have sort of a sense that LPC isn't as flexible, maybe as we are actually, to approve alterations to buildings, to approve extensions, to recognize that these are people's biggest investment. There's families moving in, they may need extra space or they want rental units. So, I would say that maybe it was a combination of some misconceptions. When we have any historic district, we never have 100% support. But I think we're confident that our regulatory process is flexible enough to really meet the concerns of the people that didn't necessarily support this district.
Got it. And just one other, I think in prior landmarking apps that we've looked at, or landmarking districts, I think one of the things that's come out is that LPC, presumably has programs or programming where they'll help the homeowners if they were doing something, whether it's, a help desk or some of the, some areas of financial support. So presumably to the extent that that's the case, it's probably, I'm sure you've already shared it, but it's helpful to highlight that.
Yes, and we absolutely do like to share. We have a grant program. There are state and federal incentives as well for historic resources. We have amazing staff who work so hard and really are very hands-on, and we have new technology that makes permitting much easier than in the past. So yeah, those are ongoing topics, and we always go back to districts too after we designate to really dig in on you're designated, so what comes next? So we are very hands-on.
Perfect. Thank you.
Sure.
Before I go to Commissioner Osorio, just one more question from me. So, of the buildings that are in this proposed historic district, it seemed like from your chart that all of them were built around either in clusters at the same time or at the same time. Are they all participating, and you'll tell me if I've got the terms right here, are they all participating buildings for the historic district, or any of them non-participating?
Right, and we use the term non-contributing.
Sorry, thank you.
Yes, absolutely.
Right. Non-contributing, thank you.
And no, in fact, we don't have any non-contributing buildings in this district.
Okay, that's unusual, I think, at least in my memory. Usually you have more, or at least some, that are non-contributing in a historic district. This feels like, I don't think I've seen one with everything that is a contributing building.
Right. I mean, it is typical to have a small number. We try and draw very tight boundaries to make sure that we only, have contributing buildings, especially at the edges. In this case, these are very intact buildings, and architecturally quite significant.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, Commissioner Osorio.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks so much for your presentation and for all the work that the LPC does. I, more than a question, had, actually, I do have, it's a comment, but and there's two questions in there. But what I really wanted to say is that I'm a big fan of your map. I use it all the time. I think it's really very useful to be able to access the reports and access all the detailed information just by clicking on it. The first quick question, which is, I think, a question for later, is whether LPC would be interested in exploring a conversation where we can better integrate your tool with Zola. For us, we can see whether there's a landmark or a historic district, but we can't really access any of the materials, and it would really be interesting if we could explore the extent to which something like that could be possible. The other question is also beyond the designation. I think this is just an really important designation for Brooklyn overall, is that on a case-by-case basis, and given the fact that you're here, I would love to pick your brain on something that I've noticed. Every now and then, the date of construction that the Department of Buildings records shows is different from what your research shows, and I'm assuming that, you do the actual due diligence and the most detailed analysis. But I'm wondering if you can help us troubleshoot that systemic issue here, because when you're looking at a rezoning neighborhood-wide, we know, or at least we should know, that we're using data that is not correct. But please correct me if I'm wrong. Help me understand a little bit the extent of that discrepancy and how can we troubleshoot that.
Sure. Well, first, thank you for the map compliment. It means a lot coming from you in particular. We are very proud of our Discover New York City landmark map. And all of that information is in the open data portal, so can be easily used by any agency. And in terms, and I should say Zola does have the information on designations actually embedded, just not the details of the buildings. But I do believe that it actually uses the correct date. Now, the date that we provide overrides the DOB one. The date, the reason there's a discrepancy, which comes from the Department of Finance, is that there is kind of a generalized date by DOF, and then our research staff goes in and does very detailed work, pulling up a lot of different records that I'm afraid I might get some wrong if I were to list them, but I could follow up with what exactly they are. And if we can't find, really detailed records, we'll use Sanborn maps and sort of triangulate to find a close date. So we do have very accurate dates. We do release them in the open data portal, but it is a little bit of painstaking research to get to that very accurate date instead of sort of the generalized one that's in the Pluto data.
Thanks so much. And any additional information that you can provide to that extent would be extremely appreciated. Thank you so much.
We can follow up.
Thank you, Commissioner. Let me go to Commissioner Kermani on Zoom.
Hi, thank you. And thank you so much for the presentation. And I agree with the maps, as Commissioner Osorio said. I have two questions. Just out of curiosity, has a request for this district ever been presented before? And then I guess related to that is, out of curiosity, are the homeowners in this district kind of newer homeowners or relatively long-term homeowners?
So the request, a request for evaluation that comes into the Landmarks Commission is a request for us to look at whether a place merits. We don't have an application process for designations. It's always been a bit of a source of confusion. So there's nothing really public about that, except that we did respond to it saying that, yes, we did think these blocks merited designation. I hope that answers your question. And in terms of who's living here, it's a mix. It's a mix of people that I think have been here for quite a long time. And then there's, people that have moved in relatively recently, kind of classic, Brooklyn row house neighborhood, I would say.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Goodrich.
I'm wondering, what is your response to the, I guess you would say, the controversy around some residents in the district claiming that this is anti-Semitic because it would force Jewish homeowners to, that Jewish homeowners would like to add onto their houses and renovate, but this would hinder that. I'm wondering I wanted to give you an opportunity to respond on that.
Right, and that was an issue that was brought up by some people testifying in our public hearing, which our commissioners, and especially one commissioner in particular, responded to quite directly. And I will just note that we treat everybody in our districts equally, and we, at all of our hearings every week almost, you see extensions, rooftop additions, rear yard additions, people expanding their homes, people changing their homes to meet their needs. And row houses can be quite flexible that way, but our commission is problem solving, our staff are problem solving, and we are able to figure out ways for people to make their homes work for whatever situation they're in. So, across the country, or across the city, we have an incredibly diverse array of people living in these districts who've, we've been able to meet their needs. So I feel very, very confident, and our commissioners stated confidence that there is no way that they believe that this historic district would hurt one group of people, and felt very strongly about that.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Rampersad.
Like historic district, with Commissioner Mario, is having great schooling.
Thank you.
Utilizing the views in this time. I have two quick questions. Do you know how many outstanding DOB work permits there are currently right now in this area? Like, what impact will this have on that?
Right. So our staff did identify all of the buildings that have issued permits, and they identified those in our designation report. I don't have that count off the top of my head. It's something that we could follow up with afterwards. Essentially, the law is that any permit that is issued by DOB by the time that LPC designates sort of carries over with the designation. And so, some of those are older. Some of them are much more recent. You know, and we did map those for the commissioners, and, you know, I think that if I had to say a count, it was around 10, essentially, but I could be a little bit off by that, and we could follow up in writing with that.
Any thoughts of expanding it to Flat Street, Marcy, and those are the thought process?
Yeah.
Part of it, and then they got eliminated.
The request from the block associations did include Marcy Street, and we did review that and didn't find that it had the same architectural character. So we didn't find that merited designation like these two blocks did. But our work in this neighborhood is ongoing, and, you know, we continue to survey and look.
Great, thank you, Commissioner. Let me see if there are other questions. Okay, none here. Let me see if there's anything on Zoom. Great. Well, with that, thank you very much. We really appreciate your being here, and thank you for all the good work.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. Okay, Madam Secretary. So we have a microphone issue, so we're just going to pause for 1 second, and bear with us just for a moment. These guys can share.
Test.
Great. Great. Okay.
The next item on our agenda is a pre-hearing review of the Willoughby Park Historic District and Brooklyn Community Street.
All right, Demetrius, welcome.
We're good. All right, cool. Thank you, LPC, for your presentation. Good afternoon, Chair Garodnick and Commissioners. This is an application by the Landmarks Preservation Commission to designate the Willoughby Hart Historic District as a new historic district. The proposed district is in the Bedford-Stuyvesant neighborhood of Brooklyn Community District 3. The district will contain 142 row house properties located along both Willoughby Avenue and Hart Street, in between Marcy Avenue and Nostrand Avenue. Marcy and Nostrand Avenue.
We're good.
Cool. The district will contain 142 row house properties located along both Willoughby Avenue and Hart Street, in between Marcy Avenue and Nostrand Avenue. Marcy and Nostrand Avenues, both 70-foot wide streets, serve as the area's commercial and transit corridors with medium-density apartment buildings. The Myrtle Willoughby G train stop is 2 blocks to the north, with the B44 bus line running north-south on Nostrand Avenue and the B98 bus line running north-south along Marcy Avenue. As you can see from aerial view, the proposed historic district consists of 4 to 5-story brownstone-style buildings stretching across 3 blocks. The proposed district consists of 142 properties with architecture representing 19th century Neo-Grec, Queen Anne, Second Empire and Romanesque Revival architectural style. The proposed historic district is zoned R6B, which facilitates 4 to 5 story row house style homes and apartment buildings with a maximum FAR of 2.0. R6B districts permit a maximum base height up to 40 feet with a maximum building height of 50 feet, both of which may be increased by 5 feet with a qualifying ground floor. The R6B zoning district was mapped in 2012 as a part of the Bedford-Stuyvesant North area-wide rezoning, with both Willoughby Avenue and Hart Street having been classified as narrow streets per zoning with a width of 70 feet. This portion of Notion to the west of the project area is zoned M12 and R6A respectively, with outstanding uses including community facility and Public School 54 and a commercial retailer in the Home Depot. In conclusion, this application from Landmarks Preservation Commission to designate the Willoughby Hart Historic District as a new historic district. The Department of City Planning staff is unaware of any conflict with the zoning resolution, projected public improvements, or any plans for development, growth, improvement, or renewal within the historic district or surrounding area. This concludes my presentation. I'm happy to field any final questions you may have.
Great. Thank you, Demetrius. Okay, let me see if there are questions for you. We, of course, will pick this up at the public hearing on Wednesday. Okay, give us 1 second. Demetrius, you can probably take a moment. I'm getting a sign that we're still working on tech issues, and I don't see any questions for you. So hang tight. I'll call you back if we need you, but thank you very much. Appreciate it. Okay. Okay. I don't think there are questions for you, Demetrius, so I think we're going to move on to the next item. Thank you.
Testing? Okay.
The second item on our agenda is a certification of a zoning map and zoning text amendments in Brooklyn Community District 15. Our presenter is Lucia Rapuccia.
Good. Oh. Okay, good afternoon, Chair Garodnick and Commissioners. This is a private application from 2185 Coyle Associates LLC for a zoning map amendment from an R4C12 district to an R6AC24, R7AC24, and R7XC24 districts, and a zoning text amendment to Appendix F to facilitate the development of a new 9-story mixed-use development, including over 378,000 square feet of residential space, or 435 dwelling units, 109 of which will be permanently income restricted, and over 43,000 square feet of ground floor commercial space. This project is located at 2185 Coyle Street between Avenue U and Avenue V in Community District 15 in Brooklyn. This is an aerial view looking north at Coyle Street in the project area. The project is in Sheepshead Bay, which is a neighborhood in southern Brooklyn. The project area consists of 4 lots and 1 partial lot fronting on Coyle Street, Bragg Street, and Avenue V. The surrounding area is characterized by a mix of residential and commercial uses, with 1- and 2-family residences to the north and west, the NYCHA, Sheepshead Bay, and Nostrand houses to the south, and Marine Park, which is less than half a mile to the east. Here you can see the project area in blue and the development site, which is outlined in yellow. Avenue U serves as a local neighborhood retail corridor, with many of the lots fronting the street zoned with a commercial overlay. Both Avenue U and Coyle Street are 80 feet wide. Avenue V is 90 feet wide, and Bragg Street is 60 feet wide. The NYCHA, Nostrand, and Sheepshead Bay houses contain 16 6-story multifamily buildings across 23.8 acres. The project area is well served by several bus routes. The B3 runs east-west along Avenue U, while the B36 to Coney Island runs to Coney Island, and the B44 and B44 select bus service run from Williamsburg north-south along Nostrand Avenue. The B3 provides services to the Avenue U subway stop, which serves the B and Q lines. The Avenue U subway stop is just over 1 mile from the project area. The B36 and BM4 buses run along Garrettson Avenue. The BM4 bus is an express bus with direct service to downtown and midtown Manhattan. This corridor has seen a steady stream of private applications in recent years. Directly to the west of the project area are 2 recent rezonings that have come before the Commission. In 2022, the Commission and the City Council approved the 2134 Coyle Street rezoning, which mapped an R6A C24 district. Directly south of that rezoning, 3033 Avenue V is currently in public review with an expected City Council vote in August. The CPC voted to approve this rezoning on June 26th. This proposal would map an R7D C24 district. As previously noted, this is a land use map. As previously noted, you can see the NYCHA houses to the south, the commercial uses along Avenue U and Coyle Street, and the residential uses in the surrounding area, including 1- and 2-family attached and detached houses, as well as mid-rise multifamily apartment buildings. The project area is located within R4C12 district, which has remained unchanged since 1961. The zoning districts mapped within the surrounding area include R4, R5, and R6A residential districts. Much of the surrounding area has C12, C22, and C24 commercial overlay districts mapped over the underlying residential districts. R4 districts are generally found to the west and north of the project area, while R5 districts cover several blocks to the south and east of the project area. This project is located in the 500-year floodplain in the coastal zone boundary and will follow policies consistent with the New York City Waterfront Revitalization Plan. The proposed development would also follow other mitigation measures, including dry floodproofing and abiding by unified stormwater rules, and have a stormwater retention tank on site. Looking east at the project area, you can see the sizable development lot. The project area is a 120,000 square foot rectangular area that is generally bounded by Coyle Street to the west, Avenue V to the south, Bragg Street to the east, and a line 100 feet south of Avenue U to the north. The project area is developed entirely with commercial uses today. The applicant-owned development site has a total lot area of 96,000 square feet and has been improved with a one-story commercial building since 1958. The building was occupied by a supermarket until 2020 and has since remained vacant. This is a large project area, so I will guide us through the existing conditions, starting with a southeastern view on Coyle Street. Coyle Street is unique for a north-south side street in that it's 80 foot wide and features both residential and commercial uses. The existing commercial uses of a beer distributor and an office and showroom will be rezoned as part of the proposal, but are not part of the development area. Going down Coyle Street, the development site is on your left. It, as I mentioned, is currently vacant. In the distance, you can see the Knight and Nostrin houses, which were built in 1949. Across the street are 1- and 2-story commercial buildings, although that area has recently been rezoned, as I discussed earlier. Turning from Coyle Street to Avenue V, at the southern boundary of the site, this is a view of the development site, which remains on your left. Avenue V, as I mentioned, is a wide street. It also has setback NYCHA houses on the southern side. Turning from Avenue V up Bragg Street, at the eastern boundary of the site, this is the western view of the development site, which is still on your left. Bragg Street features 6-story multifamily apartment buildings, which were built in the 1950s. These buildings are reflective of the built context in southern Brooklyn, where many existing multifamily buildings are overbuilt for the R4 and R5 zoning districts that were mapped in 1961. Going further up Bragg Street, you can see the existing vacant structure and the parking lot that wraps around the property. This is another view of that large parking lot. Across the street, you can see the co-op buildings have given way to 1- and 2-story buildings. And finally, continuing to the northernmost part of the project area, this is another parking lot that is from another vacant commercial building. The proposed actions would facilitate the development of a 9-story mixed-use commercial and residential building totaling over 422,000 square feet. The proposed development would include 378,000 square feet of residential space, which translates to about 435 dwelling units, 109 of which would be permanently income restricted. The development would also have 43,000 square feet of commercial space on the ground floor. Parking would be provided in a cellar level. The applicant is currently proposing 235 accessory parking spaces, which is 4 more than the minimum required by the proposed zoning. The proposed development would be set at the street line and range in height from approximately 6 to 9 stories along the Bragg Street frontage, approximately 4 to 9 along the Coyle Street frontage, and approximately 8 to 9 stories along the Avenue V frontage. This is another view of the proposed height and setbacks with the greater density and height facing Avenue V, which is the widest street. It's important to note that the aforementioned 3033 Avenue V proposal that was recently approved for an 8-story mixed-use building would be located where that gourmet deli is on the left in the rendering. This diagram shows the existing building heights of the surrounding area, as well as the proposed varied heights and setbacks for the proposed development, which have been designed to respond to the existing built context of the area, including the co-op buildings to the east of the site. Although this proposal does not have a site plan approval action, I'm going to briefly discuss this proposed ground floor plan due to the scale of the project. Ground floor retail use would be located along the Avenue V frontage and mid-block along Coyle Street. Residential entrances would be located on Coyle Street and Bragg Street. A 14,000 square foot private courtyard would be used as a residential amenity, and it would be located at grade along the Bragg Street frontage. New curb cuts would be located on Coyle Street and Bragg Street to provide vehicular access to the parking garage and commercial loading areas. The proposed actions include a zoning map amendment to change the existing R4 C12 district along Coyle Street to an R6A C24, R7A C24, and R7X C24. R6A, R7A, and R7X are contextual districts that must follow quality housing regulations.
An R6A district allows a maximum residential FAR of 3.6 with MIH and an FAR of 3 for commercial and community facility uses. R7A districts allow maximum residential FAR of 4.6 with MIH and FAR of 4 for commercial and community facility uses. R7X districts allow a maximum residential FAR of 6 with MIH and an FAR of 5 commercial and community facility uses. The 3033 Avenue V project proposal across the street is for an R7D district, which allows a maximum FAR of 5.6 with MIH and an FAR of 4.2 for commercial and community facility uses. This project is proposing 4.4 FAR overall, which most closely aligns with what an R7A district is designed to produce. The applicant also proposes a zoning text amendment to Appendix F to map MIH coterminous with the project area, creating permanently income-restricted housing via MIH options 1 and 2. This application requires a racial equity report on housing and opportunity. The proposed development would provide new housing units in a neighborhood that has experienced very little housing production. The area median household income for the project area is around $65,726, which is slightly higher than the median income for Brooklyn and New York City. The applicant proposes to provide MIH units that meet 40% and 90% AMI income band limits. In Figure 1, we can see that the population of the Sheepshead Bay, Garrettson Beach, and Homecrest NTA is predominantly white and Asian, with a percentage of white residents at 63%, which exceeds both the borough at 35% and the city at 31%. The Asian population at 20% is higher than borough and citywide percentages. Figure 2 shows the percent change in race and ethnicity from 2010 to 2020. The largest growth was seen in the Asian population, which has experienced a growth of 41%, compared to an increase at 43% borough-wide and 34% citywide. The white population decreased 7% in this NTA, compared to an increase of 8% borough-wide and no change citywide. So in summary, this is a private application for a zoning map amendment from an R41 C12 district to map R6A C24, R7A C24, and RX C24 districts in a zoning text amendment to Appendix F to facilitate the development of a new 9-story mixed-use building, including approximately 435 units. So thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you very much. Before I go to Vice Chair Knuckles, I'll just make the observation that this is one of those circumstances in which the applicant is going above the minimum mandatory number of parking spaces. So as we have our conversation about CDVS for housing opportunity, which proposes to eliminate the minimum number, just another example of a proposal here that is going above what the minimum is anyway. So this would have been, presumably, they would have come in at the same number of parking spaces, whether we had the mandatory minimum or not. So just wanted to flag that. Okay, let me go to Vice Chair Knuckles.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Do you know the delta between what the current zoning would yield in terms of units and what the proposed?
You're on. I don't think you're on, Ken. Let's see if we can.
In terms of an R4 district?
Let's ask that question one more time.
Yeah.
I do not have the delta, but we can certainly come back on that. I think in R4 is obviously a lower density district that would certainly not be able to facilitate a building like this. Yeah. I mean, as you're aware. So, but I'd have to get back to you about the actual numbers.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Oh, and also it's currently, I mean, it's zoned R4, but as you saw, it's all commercial uses right now, all 1 and 2 stories. So, obviously there's no residential currently on the site.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Commissioner Osorio? Oh, wait, before you ask, pause for one moment. Sorry, everybody. We're having some technical difficulties today. It may seem okay here in the hearing room, but all is not okay out there in the Zoom world. So let us just take a quick moment, and Commissioner Osorio will come back to you in a sec.
Test. Zoom audio test. Test. Zoom audio test. Test. Zoom audio test.
We can hear you on Zoom.
Test. Zoom
And
audio test.
I can hear you on Zoom.
Test. Zoom audio test.
Sarah, this is Gail and I'm on, and I can hear you.
Okay.
We're going to use a whole backup system. We're not going to use the system.
Okay.
We're going to use the backup system. So backup microphones, go forward.
Okay, so go ahead. Okay, thank you very much. Assuming that you can hear me. We're gonna find out in a second. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Okay, with that, we're gonna use our backup system. So thank you for everybody for your patience out there in the Zoom world and also here at the hearing room at 120 Broadway. That's technical difficulties. We're now on our backup system. So Commissioner Osorio, back to you with apologies. Hold down that button until it turns green. Got it? Okay.
Got it. Thank you. Thanks so much for the presentation. I have a couple questions. The first question has to do with the negative declaration, which you don't understand according to the EAS requirements. EAS requirements doesn't trigger the need for a more detailed environmental investigation. However, thank you also for noting the vulnerability of the site to the current preliminary 500-year floodplain and your comments about the water revitalization program additional sort of requirements. Having said that, I think that in this case, we really need at the very least to see a more detailed site plan to understand how exactly the strategies that you suggested or that you listed rather, would actually mitigate what I see from the projected 2020 a 100-year floodplain already sort of like as a big red flag for the northern part of the lot, and then in the 2050 projections, what seems to be a considerable amount of impact on the southern part of the lot. So I would love to see a little bit more detail on that.
I'll just say that this is just a zoning map amendment, so although sorry, I agree. Yeah. We did want to show more detail because of the scale of the project, and I certainly appreciate your points. And we'll have the applicant speak to that at the hearing and the measures that they're planning on. But I will say, because this is just a map amendment, obviously these are illustrative. It's not a site plan approval, so I'm sure they'll be able to speak to it, but it's something that will not be like a special permit or site plan.
I would love to understand that in a little more detail, because these, just in general, I think that the vulnerability of these areas should warrant us to look at it in more detail regardless. But in addition, the WRP may actually provide additional tools to look into. Just because, it seems like problematic. Although it sounds like the applicant as you listed has a plan, we just need to see what that looks like in drawings. Having said that, the other point that I wanted to make is, in addition to the projected floodplain, the stormwater flooding maps also suggest that Avenue B is going to be another issue. And so it would be interesting to understand also maybe what are the infrastructure improvements that, we're out.
Yeah, they will have a stormwater retention tank on site, and they'll be following the unified stormwater rules. They'll also be dry floodproofing the cellar and the basement. But I'll certainly have them speak to those types of measures.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. The other question or group of questions has to do with the status of 2134 Wall Street. So from the pictures, it sounds like there hasn't been anything going. Is that completely confirmed?
Yeah, no, no, nothing's been built yet.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
And so that includes the E designation?
I'd have to follow up.
Yeah, I would appreciate that if you can.
Yeah, I don't believe any ground has been broken, but we will.
Yeah, I would like to understand whether that has been made yet, and understand the potential implications for the site. The last, and just to confirm, Coil Properties and Coil Associates are different applicants altogether, right?
These are two different.
Yeah,
Yeah, we just wanted to show that there's been a lot of activity here, and we're trying to have a thoughtful land use framework for the area. But
that was extremely relevant. Thank you. Both on the east and west of the property. Yeah, this is an area that is getting a lot of funding. Great. The final question has to do with the MIH, the latest MIH levels. So the previous, the zoning in front across the street actually went deeper in the affordability levels. And in my mind, that's a much better, much closer, much direct response to the increased equity report. And so I'm wondering if you can share with us the extent to which this has been discussed, and why are we just averaging at 60%, potential 90% of AMI, where the African American median household income is as low as 20.
I can have the applicant speak to that. Obviously, they are doing 65 very low income AMI here. As you mentioned, they'll be doing a mix. But we'll certainly have them speak to how they're planning to.
Well, especially, why aren't we following the lead of the zoning across the street, which actually went for deeper?
No, thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry for not managing this.
It's new for all of us, Commissioner. Thank you.
Chair, can I also just follow up on Vice Snuffles? I just wanted to say that the R4 has a 0.75 FAR, so I know that's not an answer to your, Delta unit mix question, but just for your awareness. So that was a 0.75 for R4, and then with the 3 districts, it would go up to a 3.6 to potentially a 6 MIH FAR. So it's a large increase in FAR. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. What we got on Zoom?
We have questions from Commissioner Benjamin, and then we'll followed by Commissioner Kamani on Zoom.
Commissioner Benjamin.
Hi, I was wondering if you could tell us about the unit size distribution of these 109 units. How many 1 bedrooms, how many 2 bedrooms? Is this a family size development, or is this ones and studios?
Thanks, Commissioner. I'm gonna have to follow up. I don't believe I have the better unit mix.
Okay.
Yeah, we can have the applicant speak to that.
And the courtyard open space, is that open space going to be only for the residents? Or
that's correct. It's a private courtyard.
And how will that be delineated? Will there be gates, or is there some other method by which others will know they are not invited into the space? Or is it only accessible through one of the buildings?
That's a great question. My understanding is it's going to be an at-grade entrance. I'm not sure if how they're planning to, you know, have to interact with the street. So we will have them speak to that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Kamani?
Thank you, and thanks so much for the presentation. And this is probably a question for the applicant, but just wondering if there is a plan or a thought to engage, given the proximity to Nostrand houses, to engage NYCHA residents in applying for particularly the permanently income restricted units.
Thank you. I know that the applicant team has attempted to reach out to the NYCHA tenant leadership at the Nostrand houses. For that specific, they have not been able to, have a detailed conversation yet. But I know that's something that has been brought up to them that they are willing to do. So I'll certainly have them, address, that potential as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Okay, I see no other questions here. This item is certified. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we will move on to the next item on the agenda today.
The third item on our agenda is a certification of a city map amendment in Queens Community District 2. Presenting for the first time to the commission is Samantha Helen Gifford.
All right, Samantha, welcome. Glad you're here.
Good afternoon, commissioners. I'm Sam Gifford, and we're going to be looking at a proposal for a demapping action at 4939 Camp Street today. This project is located in Long Island City in Queens Community District 2. It's an application submitted by a private applicant, JP Mobility, and they own the adjacent lots to the project area. This action is requested, the action requested is a demapping action to demap, close, and discontinue a portion of mapped but not utilized city street. The demapping action would facilitate outdoor seating. The project is located in Long Island City, Queens, in an M21 zoning district. To the south of the project site is the Queens Midtown Expressway, which is an approximately 133-foot wide interstate with 3 lanes in each direction. The surrounding area is mostly warehouses with industrial and manufacturing uses. There's also a scattering of commercial, office, transportation, and utility uses. To the south of the Queens Midtown Expressway, there are some non-conforming residential uses as well. Nearby on the site is the Van Dam Street on-ramp. See here, it comes off, it's perpendicular to Van Dam Street and is a single one-way travel lane ranging from about 13 to 20 feet wide. The semicircle built portion of the on-ramp to the Queens Midtown Expressway forms the northern and eastern boundaries of the project area, as well as applicant-owned development site. The project area is highlighted here in yellow. This is the portion of Gale Avenue that would be mapped. It's an approximately 7,682 square foot unbuilt portion of Gale Avenue. And it would be bounded roughly by the semicircle on-ramp. The existing condition of this area is it's a city-owned mapped street that's currently underdeveloped and overgrown with vegetation. In red here on this image is the applicant-owned development site. It's composed of lots 10 and 15 on City Block 261. On lot 10 to the south, there's an approximately 4,200 square foot single-story warehouse building existing there. On lot 15 to the north, there is an approximately 13,954 square foot two-story building with warehouse and office uses. So we're going to go through some photos of this area. This is facing southeast towards the applicant-owned development site. You see directly in front of us is one of those warehouse buildings, two-story. This is from the other side, showing the other warehouse building. Here we have highlighted in that yellow dotted line roughly where the demapping area would be. It's adjacent to one of those warehouse buildings, and you can see some of the overgrowth in these photos. And here's another image from this and the last one, both from the on-ramp looking southwest. This is from the southern portion of the development site. Looking toward, you can kind of see here the built structure of the on-ramp and the Queens Midtown. And
And then here you can see again, one of the existing warehouse buildings and the built portion of the on-ramp. And here again, the facing northeast towards the project area, you can see some of the overgrowth, and also the portions of the warehouse. Here again, this is facing north towards the project area. You see the wall of one of the warehouse buildings, as well as the overgrowth and dotted line again in yellow, showing roughly where this demapping area is. This is facing north on Van Dam Street, towards the development site. And this is facing northwest, looking out at some of the surrounding contexts in the area. We have one more image on a different day. The trees are a little bit more barren here, so you can see a little bit better roughly where this demapping area would be in relation to the on-ramp, where this photo is. So you can see the curve a little bit and the warehouse there with all the proposed development. Demapping action would facilitate a seating area to act as an accessory use to a proposed as of right commercial restaurant, which the applicant is proposing in the existing warehouse building. Here it's highlighted in red to be part of an indoor restaurant, and then the outdoor seating area that would include this demapping project area. Proposed use would have no new structures to be built and would be maintained by the applicant and enclosed by fencing. Demapping extends goes from the border of the adjacent applicant-owned development site to the on-ramp. There is about a 15-foot buffer from the Van Dam on-ramp. This was requested by DOT for maintenance and access to the ramp. It's about a 7,682 square foot area to be demapped, and the city map area would be disposed of to the applicant. This is the existing mapped street. You can see here Gale Avenue is currently mapped as a wide, irregular street, and it does include that on-ramp mapped as Gale Avenue. Next image, the annotated version of the existing city maps showing the area proposed to be demapped in yellow, as well as the on-ramp drawn in here. There's a bit of a gap here in this image. But to summarize, what we've seen, that this application is proposing the elimination, discontinuance, and closing of a mapped but not utilized area adjacent to the Queens Midtown Expressway on-ramp to facilitate a outdoor seating, eating, and drinking area that would be accessory for a commercial restaurant proposed on lot 15 of block 260. Thank you. I'm happy to take your questions.
Thank you. Just one point of clarification, maybe a couple. Did you say that the on-ramp was also part of the demapping action?
No, the on-ramp would not be demapped. It is just in the area that is currently mapped as Gale Avenue.
Right, you have that very large piece of Gale Avenue that's not actually operational.
Yeah, so it's a bit
You have
irregular.
service road going through it, or the entry ramp going through it, and you also have this little piece of empty, overgrown, unused area next to the warehouse. That's the piece that we're talking about. Okay, and the site today has 2 warehouses.
Yes, so. Here, it's highlighted in red on this image. To the south, there's a 1-story warehouse building, and then there is a 12-spot parking lot in between the 2 warehouses. And the other on lot 15 to the north, there's a 2-story warehouse building that also has some office uses in it.
And which would be the site of the restaurant?
It would be on the lot 15, which is the northern portion, and it's highlighted here in red where that indoor restaurant would be. There would also be some area in that existing warehouse that is still going to be used as warehouse. It'll just be a portion of that part.
A portion of the
Existing.
southern warehouse building?
The northern.
Or the northern?
Yes.
What's your goal?
Excuse me, so just so I'm clear, assuming this passes demapping, at that point the applicant buys it from the city, or at that point it's given?
Would be disposed of.
Hi, my name is Stephen Leonard. I'm the Director of Technical Review at Department of City Planning. Yeah, land would be disposed of to the applicant, well, to a neighboring property owner, which in this case is the applicant, at fair market value.
Got it. All right, thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Osorio.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for the presentation. Just curious, can you, given that this is within the IBC, and thanks so much for the materials, they were very useful reading. Can you tell us a little bit at this point in the process, the extent to which the committee is engaged, and specifically whether the Long City partnership has weighed in on this? Do you know how many people have?
I do not have the information about that right now. Get back to you.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Anybody else want to?
No.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. And congrats on your first presentation. Well done. Let's move on. This one is certified. Thank you. Let's move on to the next.
The fourth item on our agenda is a certification of a special permit in Manhattan Community District 8. Our presenter is Chelsea Evans.
All right, Chelsea, welcome.
Good afternoon. This is a private application by Celtic New York A LLC requesting a special permit pursuant to DR section 74711 to allow for use and bulk modifications to a landmarked building at 854 Fifth Avenue in the Upper East Side, Manhattan, Community District 8. The applicant is proposing to convert the building to a private members club with 3 overnight guest rooms. The map on this slide is showing the surrounding area with north at the top. The development site is outlined in red. The zoning in the area consists of an R10 zoning district along Fifth Avenue within the Special Park Improvement District, an R8B zoning district on the mid-block, and a C51 zoning district mapped along Madison Avenue within the Special Madison Avenue Preservation District. The R8B and R10, along with the special purpose districts, control bulk and use to preserve the residential character of the area. Here's an aerial view of the development site looking northeast. The development site is outlined in red. The surrounding area is characterized primarily by residential and community facility use and is typical of the Upper East Side Historic District and Special Park Improvement District, with many historic townhouses built between 1890 and 1905 on the mid-block, and larger 10 to 16-story multifamily residential elevator buildings along the avenues. Central Park is located just west of the development site across Fifth Avenue. The nearest subway station at East 68th Street and Lexington Avenue provides access to the 6th train. And further south, the Lexington Avenue and East 63rd Street station provides access to the F and Q trains. Here you can see area photographs showing 2 different views of the development site. The photo on the left is a view of the front facade while exiting Central Park. And the photo on the right is a view of the rear facade from the block interior. The development site at 854 Fifth Avenue is an interior zoning lot fronting Fifth Avenue between East 66th and East 67th Street. It is improved with a 16,103 square foot, 6-story landmarked building built to a height of approximately 99 feet. The building was originally built as a single-family townhouse in 1903 and designated as an individual landmark in 1969. While currently vacant, the building was previously operated as a community facility, first as the Permanent Mission of Yugoslavia, and then as the Office of the Permanent Mission of Serbia. The building has fallen into significant deterioration following a fire in 2018, and in 2022, the applicant purchased the building. The applicant is proposing to convert the building to a private members club with 3 guest rooms for overnight stay. The members club is intended to be small in scale and discreet in character. No single room can accommodate more than 75 people, and live music will be restricted to small music performances. The space would not host large events or be leased out to non-members, and the guest rooms for overnight stay would be used solely by the members and their guests. The applicant is proposing the members club related uses to occupy the 1st through 4th floors of the building, and the guest rooms for overnight stay would occupy the 5th and 6th floors. In addition to the use change, the applicant is proposing restoration of the interior and exterior of the building. The existing and proposed conditions are shown on the slide. Most of these changes would be as of right and include the installation of an ADA accessible lift in the front of the building, the infill of 1 level of the building's interior court, and the extension of the subcellar to the rear lot line. In addition to the as-of-right changes, the applicant is proposing to extend the rooftop stair and elevator bulkheads in order to create a code-compliant egress, which would increase the degree of non-compliance and require a rear yard. In order to facilitate the proposed conversion, the applicant is requesting a special permit pursuant to ZR 704711 to allow for use in bulk modifications. First, in order to allow for the private members club with overnight guest rooms to operate in a residential district, the applicant is seeking to modify the use regulations of ZR 22. On the image to the right, you can see the location of the proposed uses in the building. The members club use would be located on the first or fourth floors, approximately 11,271 square feet of floor area, and that's shown in orange. The transient hotel use for the overnight guest rooms would be located on the fifth and sixth floors, approximately 5,625 square feet floor area, shown in blue. In addition to the use waiver, the applicant is seeking a bulk waiver to modify the minimum rear yard requirements of ZR Section 2336 to create a code-compliant egress and access to the rear. The extent of the required rear yard is outlined in yellow, and the proposed enlargement into the rear yard is highlighted in red. Currently, there's an existing non-compliant rear yard that only covers the southern portion of the property, where a 20-foot rear yard that covers the entire rear of the lot is required. The extent of the rear yard is again outlined in yellow. Most of the building that is within the required 20-foot rear yard is an existing condition, apart from the proposed enlargement of the rooftop bulkhead. The proposed extension is shown in red again and would increase the degree of non-compliance. Pursuant to ZR Section 74711, the City Planning Commission may permit modification of the use and bulk regulations of a landmarked building, provided that the following conditions are met. The proposed project meets the three conditions listed under bullet A. The CPC may approve the requested bulk modifications if it is determined that the bulk modifications have minimal adverse effects on the structures or open space in the vicinity in terms of scale, location, and access to light and air. Additionally, the Commission shall find that the use modifications have minimal adverse effects on the conforming uses in the surrounding area. In line with the requirements of the special permit, a certificate of appropriateness and a certificate of no effect was issued by the LPC in February of 2024, which permit the alteration and restoration. In addition, this application includes a report from the Land Use Preservation Commission to the Department of City Planning, stating that a program has been established for continuing maintenance that will result in the preservation of the building. The implementation of a cyclical maintenance plan will ensure the building remains in sound, first-class condition. In summary, the applicant, Celtic New York A LLC, is requesting a special permit pursuant to ZR 74711 to permit use and bulk modifications at 854 Fifth Avenue to facilitate the conversion of the building to a private members club with overnight guest rooms. Thank you, and happy to take any questions.
Okay, got it. Thank you very much. Okay, so we have the special permits for use and bulk modifications to allow for a small number of guest rooms and members clubs. First piece of the puzzle is to allow for the overnight guest rooms in residential district. The other to rear yard increasing non-compliance, correct?
Yeah, it would be a non-commercial club for the private members club, and then also the overnight guest rooms, so two uses in a residential district.
Okay, got it. And on the pieces, forgive me if you said this, but the LPC report with continuing maintenance program, certificate of appropriateness for analog. We have, here it is. Here it is. Thank you. Okay, LPC, certificate of appropriateness. Okay, good. That does. Thank you. Let me see if there are other questions. Okay, good. But great. This item is certified. Thank you very much. Great. Let's move on to the next.
The fifth item on our agenda is a non-Wheeler post referral of a previously approved special permit in Manhattan Community District 2. Our presenter is Chelsea Evans.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
going to recess for 2 minutes. Yep. This will be good. You need the temporary one turned off. Yeah. Okay. Hopefully we'll be out there temporary.
Yeah. I was turning it on every time. So
Okay. Thank you, Johnson.
This is a private application by FSF Soho LLC requesting a renewal of a special permit pursuant to ZR section 1143. I'll do that one time. This is a private application by FSF Soho LLC requesting a renewal of a special permit pursuant to ZR section 1143 to legalize the existing operation of a 27,635 zoning square foot retail store on portions of the cellar, first and second floor of the building at 503 Broadway in Soho, Community District 2, Manhattan. This application was referred to Manhattan Community District 2 on May 24th, 2024. The area surrounding the development site is characterized by a mix of commercial, light manufacturing, and residential uses, predominantly within historic cast iron buildings. The development site, outlined in red, is an existing 5-story commercial building with frontage on Broadway and Mercer Street. The Soho-NoHo stretch of Broadway is mostly characterized by loft buildings ranging from 5 to 15 stories in height, commonly housing retail establishments on the lower floors and commercial offices on the upper floors. The portion of Broadway that runs through Soho is a major commercial corridor that serves local as well as regional shopping. It's lined with larger buildings with floor plates that are suitable for, and in many cases, occupied by larger retail stores. The zoning along Broadway is M15R9X, which permits residential, commercial, light manufacturing, and community facility uses as of right. The area is well served by transit. The nearest subway station at Spring and Lafayette Streets provides access to the 6th train. South of the development site is the Canal Street subway station at the intersection of Canal Street and Broadway, which provides access to the N, U, R, and W trains. The apparel brand Zara has owned and operated the subject commercial retail space on the building's cellar, first and second floors since 2015. Prior to the Soho-NoHo rezoning in 2021, the development site was zoned M15B. At that time, in M1 zoning districts, certain retail uses such as department stores and clothing stores larger than 10,000 zoning square feet were not permitted as of right. In 2019, the applicant applied for a special permit pursuant to ZR 74922 to legalize the existing large retail store of approximately 27,635 zoning square feet on portions of the cellar through second floor. In their review of the original special permit application in 2019, Manhattan Community Board 2 held a public hearing and adopted a resolution to disapprove with 40 in favor, none opposed, and 1 abstention. The application was subsequently considered by the Manhattan Borough President, who issued a recommendation to disapprove. In its consideration, the City Planning Commission believed the grant of the special permit was appropriate. However, the commission did not believe that the unrestricted loading and unloading on Mercer Street, which is a narrow street, was appropriate, and modified the proposal to impose the following restriction. No truck loading or unloading may occur on Mercer Street in connection to the large retail establishment between 10 p.m. and 7 a.m. During those hours, Zara's frontage on Broadway must be used for loading and unloading. The special permit was approved for a term of 4 years in February of 2020. In 2021, the special Soho NoHo mixed-use district was adopted. The special district increased the maximum permitted size of large retail establishments to 25,000 square feet per establishment. The previously granted special permit lapsed on February 27, 2024. The work that was authorized by the special permit is nearly complete and final inspections are underway. However, the Department of Buildings has not yet issued a certificate of occupancy, and as a result, a renewal of the previously granted special permit is required. Zara seeks the renewal of the previously granted special permit to legalize the existing operation of a 27,635 square foot retail establishment at 503 Broadway. The remainder of the building's upper stories are occupied by different ownership under a separate condominium agreement and are not subject to the special permit. In their review of the original special permit sought by the applicant in 2019, the City Planning Commission found that the application met the findings of ZR 74922, which are detailed on this slide and are related to vehicular traffic movement, transit access, land use compatibility, and neighborhood character. Pursuant to ZR 1143, special permit granted by the City Planning Commission may be renewed without public hearing for 2 additional 3-year terms, provided that the Commission finds the facts upon which the authorization of special permit was granted have not substantially changed. On July 19, 2024, Manhattan Community Board 2 recommended disapproval of the application by unanimous vote. In their resolution, the Community Board maintained their position that this is an oversized retail establishment. The board expressed that they were pleased to see that the delivery operations have improved since 2019, but urged the applicant to address the disruption of neighbors on Mercer Street. That concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you for that. Okay, let's talk about the quality of life impacts on Mercer Street for a second. But that was one of the conditions that the commission had imposed back in 2019-2020, that there would not be any loading on Mercer Street. And so, is there loading happening on Mercer Street between 10 and 7?
No, there's not.
Okay, and I also will note that when this special permit was first granted, we needed the special permit for retail over 10,000 square feet. With Soho NoHo, it became 25,000 square feet, and this is a 27,000 square foot site. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. So, okay. Let me go to Vice Chair Knuckles, then Commissioner Representative.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. So under the initial special permit, which I do recall, work was initiated in 2020. Do you know?
I'm not sure about that.
So, because my question is, I mean, was the delay COVID related or something? Why did they not?
Yeah, I believe it was COVID related. And the work is actually complete, but the Department of Buildings hasn't issued a certificate of occupancy yet.
Well, if you could confirm, so I
sure.
Not speculate. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Commissioner Representative.
Yeah, I was gonna ask about the Department of Building status, because I'm looking in the DOB system, they're like one is still open. I don't see any inspections. Do you know, or can you find out from them when are they, what's the projected timeline to complete if the CO issue? I see employment was signed off since 2019, just with OT, so I'm just curious, why is there such a long delay
right.
wrapping this up? So.
Yeah,
We can follow up with you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let me see if there are other questions. I will note this was a moment where we could be approving this, Commissioner Ramachan, today. But I want to just pause for a second. Okay. Seeing no other questions, I will do the norm here, which is I will seek consent by a voice vote to send an approval letter to the building department on this one. We will. Any questions, comments on that? Okay, with that, I will in fact seek an assent by voice vote to send that approval letter to DOB. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, ayes have it. Thank you. Thank you again.
The sixth item on our agenda is a non-ULURP post referral of an authorization to Staten Island Community District 3. Our presenter is Rasika Girish Diosali.
Hello.
Hello.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, Chair. I'll just wait for the presentation to come up. This is a private application requesting authorization to waiver requirements pursuant to zoning resolution section 2222, formerly known as 2242, where 75% of the floor area of one dwelling unit is located directly above or below. Sorry, should I start again? This is a private application requesting an authorization to waiver requirements pursuant to zoning resolution section 2222, where 75% of the floor area of one dwelling unit is located directly above or below the other dwelling unit. The applicant is proposing to build a detached two-family residence within the Special South Richmond Development District in the neighborhood of Pleasant Plains, Community District 3, Staten Island. The site was originally developed in 1929 with a two-story single-family residence, which was demolished in December 2021. The site currently remains vacant. The subject lot is located in an R3X large lot district with no commercial overlay. Adjoining and neighboring properties consist predominantly of 1 and 2 family detached, semi-detached, and attached dwellings. The Korean War Veterans Parkway is to the north of the site, and a private school on the eastern edge of the 600-foot radius of the project site. This next slide displays the site images of the now vacant land taken from Bloomingdale Road and the adjacent Marzek Court, respectively. The proposed development will consist of a single 2-story building with detached 2-family residence. 3 parking spaces in total will be provided for off-street parking. The drawings on the right show separate entrances to each dwelling unit accessed from separate streets. The following drawings on the screen shows the neighborhood character diagrams, which are meant to display buildings with similar height and width, illustrating how the proposed home, indicated in red, would be compatible with the scale and character of the existing homes in the neighborhood, as required against the finding A of the authorization. To meet the second finding, the applicant is proposing to utilize the site's location on a corner lot. As previously mentioned, the entrance to each dwelling is located on 2 separate streets, remote from each other, thereby removing any appearance that could be associated with a semi-detached dwelling, consistent with the surrounding neighborhood. This application was referred out to Community Board 3 on June 3rd of this year, following which the board voted on June 25th, recommending disapproval by a vote of 24 against, none in favor, and no abstentions. To summarize, the CPC may authorize the waiver to allow construction of side-by-side units if they find that the development is compatible with the scale and character of the surrounding area and the design does not give the appearance of a semi-detached building. This concludes my presentation. Thank you, and I'll be happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Was Community Board 3's primary concern here compatibility on scale and character, or was it about design?
Actually, I'm not aware of it. The applicant wasn't able to attend the meeting to answer any questions the board had. So, and I also want to state, and I quote, that the community board said that this authorization would set a precedent for future conversions and show disregard for the special district, which makes me believe that we misunderstood the proposal and the authorization being sought here, hence the disapproval.
I see. So you're because they believe that it would set a precedence.
Yes, for conversions, whereas this is an entire new development.
I see. So they're referring to it as conversion. Okay. All right. Okay, let me see if there are other questions. Okay. Seeing no questions, we will schedule this one for. Okay, sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, let's move to the next one.
The seventh item on our agenda is a pre-hearing review of a site selection and acquisition in the Bronx Community District 3. Our presenter is Yafet Shafer Sol.
All right, welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is the pre-hearing presentation for 1680 Southern Boulevard, Casa Boricua application. Next slide, please. Applicants, New York City Department for the Aging and New York City Department of Citywide Administrative Services request an application and site selection approval of 1680 Southern Boulevard to facilitate the relocation of the neighborhood shop Casa Boricua Older Adult Care Center, which I will call Casa Boricua for the rest of the presentation. This proposal was also identified in the district statement of needs, citywide statement of needs, as I had previously mentioned, and we will review later. As a reminder, the Casa Boricua Center is currently located at 910 East 172nd Street and has been at that location since 1972. Due to the expansion of the daycare services in the building, the Children's Aid Society will now occupy the entirety of the building, and Casa Boricua will have to find a new place in order to continue their services for the seniors in the community. The new location is approximately 2 blocks north of the current location and is currently occupied by a 2-story vacant building, approximately 19,000 square feet in size. The close proximity of the current center to the new site will facilitate a smooth transition and have virtually no change to the services provided to the community. Just as a brief reminder, the citywide statement of needs for fiscal year 2024-2025 shown here. The center will serve about 100 to 200 people per day, providing lunches, exercise, arts, crafts, sewing, and computer classes, as well as case management and case assistance. And they intend to occupy the new space by September 1st. This application was brought before the commission for the certification on May 13th. CB3 held their public hearing and submitted a favorable recommendation on June 11th. And the Bronx Borough President held a public hearing on July 23rd and also submitted a favorable recommendation. The applicants will present this application to the commission at the upcoming public hearing on August 7th. That's all I have for you today. If you have any questions, happy to answer them.
Great. Well, we'll pick this one up on Wednesday unless there are questions here. Okay, great. Thank you. All right, let's move on to the next item.
The eighth item on our agenda is a pre-hearing review of a UDAP designation, project approval, and disposition of city-owned property, zoning map, and zoning text amendments in Queens Community District 12. Our presenter is Shristi Bhattacharya Shakya on Zoom.
All right, Shristi.
Thank you, Sarah. Good afternoon, Jagarati and Commissioners. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Thank you. This is an application by New York City Department of Housing Preservation and Development, HPD, in conjunction with co-applicants Fulcrum Properties LLC, the Briarwood Organization LLC, and Moses Soul Realty LLC for a zoning map amendment from an R4, R5B, and R5D with a C14 overlay to an R7A zoning district with no change to C14 overlay and a corresponding text amendment mapping mandatory inclusionary housing. They are proposing Urban Development Action Area designation and an Urban Development Action Area program approval, which would provide tax breaks for the development team and would allow HPD to dispose of city-owned sites to the developer. These actions would facilitate the development of 2 new 9-story mixed-use buildings with a total of approximately 143 units that would be 100% income restricted, 78 of which would be affordable as independent residences for seniors, and 65 income restricted units plus 2 units for superintendents. The project area has 2 development sites located at 106-01 Gaia Brewer Boulevard, which is Site A, and 162-04 Tuskegee Airman Way, which is Site B in South Jamaica, Queens Community District 12. Next slide, please. In the map here, the project area depicted by the dotted yellow line encompasses 8 different lots of block 10129 and lots 1, 3, 69, part of 68, with slivers of lots 13 and 14 of block 10161. The project area consists of 2 development sites, Site A at the southeast corner of Tuskegee Airman Way and Gaia Brewer Boulevard, and Site B at the southeast corner of Tuskegee Airman Way and Union Hall Street. And the development site A, shaded in green on the map, covers lots 1, 3, and 9 of block 10161. Lot 9 is not a part of the rezoning area and will remain in R5D district. The development site B, shaded in purple on the map, covers lots 1, 3, and 4 of block 10129. Next slide, please. In the development site A, the applicant is proposing to build a new 9-story plus cellar, 95 feet tall mixed residential and community facility building on lots 1 and 3 of the development site, while lot 9 would be improved with landscaping and programmed to serve as residential garden for residences of the development. And the building would contain a total of approximately 45,000 square feet of zoning floor area, comprising approximately 42,200 square feet of residential floor area and 2,700 square feet of community facility floor area. They are proposing 78 total units in this development, which would be affordable independent residences for seniors, plus 1 superintendent's unit. Approximately 30% of the units would be set aside for formerly homeless seniors. The proposed development would include 11 accessory parking spaces at the ground level for both residential and community facility components of the development. Next slide, please. In the development site B, the applicant is proposing to build a new 9-story plus cellar, 95 feet tall mixed residential community facility building as well. The building will contain a total of approximately 47,500 square feet of zoning floor area, comprising approximately 43,000 square feet of residential floor area and 4,400 square feet of community facility floor area. They are proposing 65 income restricted dwelling units plus 1 superintendent's unit. Approximately 15% of the units would be set aside for formerly homeless households. The proposed development will include 16 accessory parking spaces at the ground level for both residential and community facility components of the development. Next slide, please. To facilitate the development, the applicant proposes a zoning map amendment from an R5B, R4, and R5D with a C14 commercial overlay to an R7A district with no change to the C14 commercial overlay on the project area. The R7A would allow for a maximum FAR of 4.6 for residential units with the suitable provision of inclusionary housing and 4.0 for community facility uses. Next slide, please. In addition to the zoning map amendment, the applicant is proposing a zoning text amendment to map MIH on the site pursuant to option 1 or option 2. Shaded in dark gray on this map, the MIH boundary would be coterminous with the rezoning boundary. The applicant intends to utilize option 2, which requires 30% of the residential floor space to be permanently income restricted at an average of 80% of the area median income. Next slide, please. The applicant is also seeking an urban development action area designation and an approval of an urban development action area project for the development site A. Next slide, please. On June 12th, Queens Community District Community Board 12 held a vote recommending to approve the application with 20 members voting in favor, 10 against, and 0 abstaining. Next slide, please. On July 18, the Queens Borough President held a public hearing and on July 24th issued a recommendation to approve the applications with conditions related to local hiring, minority and women-owned business enterprises, routine maintenance of lighting and greenery surrounding the development, security on the premises, and deeper affordability to be implemented if possible. Next slide, please. To summarize, the applicant is seeking a zoning map amendment, a zoning text amendment, an urban development action area designation, and a UDAP approval of development site A to facilitate the development of 2 new 9-story mixed-use buildings with total of approximately 143 units that would be 100% income restricted with residential space and community facility space. Just a reminder that this project was certified on May 28th, 2024. And this concludes my presentation. The applicant team will be available to answer questions at the public hearing, but I'm happy to take any questions at this time.
Great. Thank you very much. We will pick this up on Wednesday. Let's get a couple questions for you though, Vice Chair Knuckles.
Thank you. Chair. Thank you for your presentation. Do you happen to know the basis for the 10 disapprovals?
So the community board, when they submitted the vote, they submitted the vote without any narrative to the listing of, like, kind of outlining the conditions and recommendations. But during the community board full board meeting, when they voted, they did mention that they had concerns. The nearby residences also had some concerns about the sewer infrastructure and, the shadow of the building that might be imposing to the neighboring houses. But they were able to, the residences were able to share that the area had recently received an upgrade to the sewer infrastructure. And so the, sewer overflow and flooding issues were pretty minor. And they also mentioned that the shadow, that HPD was able to take into consideration the shadow that won't be as imposing to the neighboring houses because of the stepping down of the buildings at certain portions. So the 9-story maximum height was not really a big issue. So these two were the kind of the concerns that they kind of mentioned during the full board meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just had two quick questions. One of the questions, Vice Chair Knuckles brought it up. I was curious about the 10 no votes. But in regards to the resident garden, I would like to know a little bit more about the thought process behind it. Also, now that I'm thinking about it, I'm curious about the drainage within that area, and also how are they handling the screening of the parking lot from the adjacent neighbors, if they can just provide additional renderings of things. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. I'll let the applicant team know to provide more information on that.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Osorio.
Thank you, Chair. I second the questions from Commissioner Rampersad, and I also wanted to know if so far there have been any responses to the recommendations by the board president. I know that we'll hear from the applicant, but I'm specifically wondering if you know what's been the response to the request for deeper report.
I'm so sorry. I was unable to hear clearly what you were saying.
I said I second Commissioner Rampersad's questions, and I wanted to know whether there have been a response to the board president's recommendation for
I can I would defer it to the applicant team. They can provide more information on that.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. And just one from me. The UDAP request is only for Site A, not for Site B. What are the factors here that require UDAP designation?
I think one of the consideration is that two of the sites in Site A is owned by the city, and the UDAP application would allow them to kind of dispose of the site.
I see. So there's no city-owned land in Site B, is that correct?
Yes, correct. Site B are they're owned by the Thomas White Foundation, Junior Foundation.
Okay, got it. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
With that, we will pick this one up at a public hearing on Wednesday. Let's move on. Thank you, Steve. Let's move on to the next item.
The ninth item on our agenda is a pre-hearing review of a special permit in Manhattan Community District 8. Our presenter is Chelsea Evans.
Busy day for you, Chelsea. Welcome back.
So as a reminder, this application was certified on May 13th, 2024. This is a private application by Concourse LLC requesting a special permit pursuant to ZR Section 74711 to waive certain bulk regulations of a landmarked building, facilitate a change of use to residential at 60 East 93rd Street in Carnegie Hill, Manhattan, Community District. The applicant is proposing to convert the entire building back to a single-family residence, which is a permitted use up to 4 FAR within the RAB zoning district. As a part of the conversion, the applicant is also proposing to fill in an interior light well at the 3rd and 4th floors. In conjunction with the application, proposed restoration of the building's interior and exterior is approved by the Landmarks Preservation Commission and includes repair, restoration, and replacement of key historic features that would bring the building to a sound first-class condition and aid in the long-term preservation of the building. To facilitate the proposed conversion of the existing building to residential use, the applicant is seeking a special permit pursuant to ZR 74711 to modify the following four conditions. First, permitted obstructions in courts. Second, minimum rear yard requirements. Third, minimum distance between legally required windows and walls or lot lines. And finally, maximum residential lot coverage regulations. Since the building was built for the current zoning regulations, the requested bulk waivers would enable existing conditions. On June 18th, 2024, Manhattan Community Board 8th Land Use Committee voted unanimously to approve the application. And on July 17th, 2024, the Manhattan Borough President recommended approval of the application. In summary, the applicant, Concourse LLC, is requesting a special permit pursuant to VR 74711 to permit bulk modifications at 60 East 93rd Street to facilitate the conversion of the building to a single-family residence. Thank you. And the applicant team will be available on Wednesday to answer any of your questions, but I'm happy to take any questions now.
Great. So we'll pick this up for a public hearing on Wednesday. Any questions, Chelsea, the department today? Okay, seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Move that one to public hearing. Secretary, what's up next?
The 10th item on our agenda is a pre-hearing review of a zoning map and zoning text amendments in Brooklyn Community District 15. Our presenter is Lucia Capuccio.
All right, Lucia.
Okay. Great, good afternoon. It's good to see everybody again. This is a pre-hearing follow-up for a private application from MTL Realty LLC for a zoning map amendment from a C81 district to a C44L district and a zoning text amendment to Appendix F to facilitate the development of a new 8-story mixed-use development, including over 73,000 square feet of residential space, or 80 dwelling units, 24 of which will be permanently income restricted, and over 17,000 square feet of ground floor commercial space. This application was certified on May 13th, 2024, and the public hearing is scheduled for this Wednesday. The proposed actions include a zoning map amendment to change the existing C81 district along Sound Avenue to a C44L district, and a zoning text amendment to map MIH coterminous with the project area. On June 25th, Community Board 15 held a public hearing with a vote of 26 in favor, 2 opposed, and 3 abstentions voted to approve the application. The board noted that this project will enhance the neighborhood and will fit within the character of the area. On July 16th, the Brooklyn Borough President held a public hearing for this application. Subsequently, the Brooklyn Borough President recommended to approve the application with 2 conditions. The applicant provide no more than the minimum of 30 residential parking spaces as required per the zoning resolution to obviate the need for car stackers and a full-time attendant staff, and that the applicant includes at least 4 3-bedroom apartments among the MIH units. In summary, this is a private application for a zoning map amendment from a C81 district to a C44L district, and a zoning text amendment to map an MIH area coterminous with the zoning area. Thank you, and I'll take any questions.
Great, thank you very much. Commissioner Osorio has a question.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for the presentation. I'm thinking you're going to say we're going to hear from them in a minute, but I just want to know from your interactions with the applicant, what do you think will be the response or has been the response to the board president's recommendations? I mean, we'll hear the full response tomorrow, but is this feasible? What have you heard so far?
Yeah, I have not had discussions with the applicant team on this, but I'm sure they'll be ready and willing to speak to it. They want to note though that they are complying with the bedroom mix requirements as per MIH. They're currently have at least 50% of the MIH units are going to be 2 bedrooms or higher, but yes, there are no 3 bedrooms currently. But I'm sure they'll be ready to have that discussion.
Thank you. If you can please let them know that they come prepared to discuss it. Thank you.
Okay. Other questions before we pick this one up on Wednesday? Seeing none, that's what we're going to do. Madam Secretary, let's move on.
Thank you.
The 11th item on our agenda is a pre-hearing review of a zoning map and zoning text amendments and special permit in Brooklyn Community District 9. Our presenter is Joshua Vogel.
Josh, welcome. Go to the other mic. The other mic. Yeah, just hold down the button.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. So this is a pre-hearing follow-up for private application by Franklin Ave Acquisition LLC for zoning map amendment from R6A to an R8A district with the C24 overlay, special permit to reduce parking, and a zoning text amendment to map an MIH area in order to facilitate the development of a 14-story building totaling 380,000 square feet with 475 units and ground floor commercial space located in the Crown Heights neighborhood of Brooklyn Community District 9. The application was certified on May 13th, and the public hearing is scheduled for this Wednesday, August 7th. The surrounding area contains a mix of uses and good access to transit. Directly northwest of the project area are the Brooklyn Botanic Gardens greenhouses, propagation spaces, and nurseries. The location of these collections, part of the garden's original site plan by Olmsted and McKinney White, and were designed to maximize natural sunlight due to the sensitivity of the plant's growth and propagation needs. Past actions here include DCP's 1991 rezoning, where the CPC noted rezoning the project area from R8 to R6A as R8 height and density would cast shadows on Brooklyn Botanic Gardens' recently renovated greenhouses and at the time newly constructed Steinhardt Conservatory. In 2021, the applicant of this proposed project applied to rezone the project area and additional lots north to Montgomery Street to R9D and R9D-C24. At certification, the department noted significant concerns with this proposal related to both the appropriateness of the zoning district selected, as well as the potential for unmitigable shadow impacts on the gardens. The application was subsequently disapproved by the CPC. In their considerations, CPC noted, quote, the FEIS includes a shadow analysis that demonstrates that the height and bulk of the towers result in a significant adverse and unmitigated shadow impact on BBG's greenhouses, conservatories, and other indoor and outdoor facilities. These facilities, many of which are located near Washington Avenue, contain a wide range of rare plant species that are unique, sensitive resources and frequently require full year-round sun, including sunlight during the winter months. In 2022, the applicant team came back with a new proposal with a reduced rezoning area and smaller development. These proposed actions facilitate the development of a 14-story mixed-use building, 383,000 square feet of zoning floor area, which is 7.2 FAR, 8,000 of which would be ground floor commercial. The illustrative development would be built to the street line and rise 104 feet or 10 stories, or setting back 15 feet along Franklin Avenue, where it would then top out with a maximum height of 145 feet or 14 stories. 475 dwelling units are proposed, of which 25% or 119 units would be income restricted, subject to MIH. To facilitate the proposed actions, the applicant seeks three land use actions. The proposed development, the applicant seeks three land use actions. First, a zoning map amendment, a special permit to reduce off-street parking, and a zoning text amendment to map an MIH area. As part of the certified application, draft environmental impact statement, or DEIS, was issued on Friday, May 10th. It identified significant adverse impacts with respect to open space, shadows, and natural resources, which are related to the Brooklyn Botanic Garden and Jackie Robinson Playground. There were also noise and construction-related impacts. No other significant adverse impacts were identified. So at Jackie Robinson Playground, incremental shadows from the proposed project are expected to cast shadows on a passive area for seating and an area for active uses, such as playground area and basketball court. In consultation with the Parks Department, DCP finds that the size, duration, and time of day of incremental shadows on Jackie Robinson Playground would constitute a significant adverse impact. The applicant team is currently working with Parks Department on mitigations, including sidewalk and lighting improvements and updating the handball court. With respect to Brooklyn Botanic Garden, the DEIS shadows analysis identified significant adverse impacts due to direct shadows on open and natural resources. In particular, we want to call attention to the 22 sunlight sensitive facilities shown in the slide above, which include conservatories, greenhouses, propagation spaces, and nurseries clustered along the garden's eastern edge, the latter of which are non-public but provide critical components of BBG's operation, programming, and function by growing and caring for these rare plant species. These facilities contain over 18,000 kinds of plants, many of which require full year-round sunlight, 6 to 8 hours, and more direct sunlight a day. The applicant's detailed shadow analysis determined that project-generated incremental shadows would reach 22 of these sunlight-sensitive resources located within the garden. To help visualize the impact on the BBG, we'd like to show the analysis map from the DEIS. This is for the June 21st analysis day. Incremental shadows here from the proposed development, cast shadows on the garden's sunlight-sensitive resources for a total of 2 hours and 57 minutes. And just to clarify, these are incremental shadows, so not trees or other buildings. These are shadows that would only be created from the proposed development. The DEIS found the proposed project would significantly reduce or completely eliminate direct sunlight exposure on sunlight sensitive rare species found within the garden, and would potentially significantly alter the public's use or enjoyment of the gardens or threaten the survival of these plants. While mitigation has been proposed for these identified significant adverse impacts, no practical mitigation was identified. On June 18th, 2024, Community Board 9 held a public hearing on the application and voted on June 24th to recommend disapproval, 24 against, 0 in favor, and 2 abstaining. On July 16th, Borough President Reynoso held a public hearing on the application, and on July 25th, 2024, recommended disapproval without recommendations. Borough President Reynoso shared that his core consideration was to ensure the project would not create incremental shadows on BBG, and shared that he believes there are approaches that would allow for additional density while preventing all shadow impacts on the garden. Borough President also encouraged the department to consider an area-wide plan on this site for the wider Empire Boulevard corridor to encourage housing growth where appropriate while protecting BBG. On July 12th, the applicant filed an A application proposing a zoning text amendment. This new zoning text amendment is an independent application, but will be reviewed concurrently with the certified application. Text amendment establishes an inclined plane of 29 degrees that would establish maximum heights of any development on the block within an MIH area. The text amendment reduces, but does not mitigate shadow impacts. The inclined plane proposed, which we can see here shaded over the proposed development, in the text amendment would start at 85 feet, maximum height currently permitted in the underlying R6A district that was mapped in the 91 rezoning, and rise eastwards at an angle. If approved, any new development would not be able to penetrate this plane. Text amendment would change the massing of the proposed development while permitting the same floor area and maximum height of an R8A district. The rear portion of the building, following the inclined plane, would rise from a base height of 112 feet or 11 stories, with further setbacks at 12 and 13 stories, or rising to a maximum height of 145 feet permitted in the proposed R8A district. A technical memorandum was published on July 12th to determine whether the modified project would result in any new or different significant adverse impacts not already identified in the DEIS. It determined there would not be additional impacts, and incremental shadow durations reflecting the new text amendment were analyzed. This updating massing resulting from the text amendment shows reductions ranging between 53 minutes to an hour and 25 minutes. On analysis days, shadows would range from 19 minutes to an hour and 32 minutes, which, while reduced, would still constitute a significant adverse shadow impact. For example, the Mediterranean display would still see an hour and 3 minutes of shadows. The Hardy Plant Nursery would get an hour and 32 minutes, and the production house would see 46 minutes of incremental shadows. In summary, this is a private application for a zoning map amendment from R6A to an R8A district with a C24 commercial overlay, special permit to reduce accessory residential parking, and a zoning text amendment to map an MIH area in order to facilitate the development of a 14-story building totaling 382,000 square feet, 475 units, located in the Crown Heights neighborhood of Brooklyn within Community District 9. Thank you. The applicant will be here Wednesday to respond to questions, but I'm also happy to take some as well.
Great, thank you very much. I know there's some questions. Let's just go back one slide for a second, if you don't mind. Yes. Okay. So I just want to compare the step down massing shadow durations coming out of the A text versus as proposed. So March 21 and May 21 go from 2 hours to 49 minutes. May 6th and August 6th go from 2:33 down to 1:15. June gets cut by about a half, 2 hours and 57 minutes down to 1:32. And December 21st goes from an hour 19. Okay. Can you just say for a moment what happened in 1991 relevance of 85?
Sure, thank you for the question, Chair. So in 1991, the department undertook a study of the Washington Avenue corridor. It was height factor zoning at the time, so some of the districts were rezoned to, some of the blocks were rezoned to contextual districts. Specifically, this site was originally an R8 zoning. And as I noted earlier, the conservatory was just built, and there were some concerns from the community and the department over shadows under that R8A zoning. So they rezoned it to R6A, while other blocks saw upzonings. And the purpose of the R6A was to prevent shadows on the garden to that block specific adjacency to the propagation houses, tunnels, greenhouses, etc.
And if we were to look at the R6A incremental shadows, how would that compare to the R8A and then the step down massive text?
Yes, thank you for the question. So I have a table here showing it, but maybe it's a little hard to see. So the as of right R6A, which is maximum height of 85 feet.
Let's do it by time of year. Let's start with March and September.
So there would be no shadows as of right with the current R6A in March or September. In May and August, there would be a shadow of 2 minutes. In June, there would be a shadow of 12 minutes. And the following analysis day in December, there would be no shadow.
Okay. And as we think about the question about what a significant adverse impact is, presumably there is some amount of shadow above no shadow that could exist without it constituting a significant adverse impact for the purpose of the environmental system. What is that? How do we think about it?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So as we see, there are shadows under the as of right R6A, which does not constitute a significant adverse impact, while the other districts analyzing alternatives R7A, R7D, R8A did have shadow impacts. It's not as straightforward as a threshold. Once the shadows reach a certain number of minutes, that's automatically an impact. There are multiple factors taken in, given the unique sensitivity of these resources. And it's not as easy to just say once we hit this height or this duration of shadows, that's an impact, but a minute under it wouldn't be. So there are multiple factors that are determined.
So and we can pose this question to the Botanic Garden on Wednesday, but the uniqueness of the site that is potentially affected here may have a connection to the significance of the impact. Is that what you're saying?
That's correct.
Okay. So when we're talking about sunlight sensitive resources there, the garden will tell us what number of hours of daylight they actually need, which may be different from a typical just regular park context, because we're talking about pictures. Is that right?
That's correct. Or even Jackie Robinson Playground.
I'm sorry, say that again?
That's correct. Or even Jackie Robinson Playground, which has much longer durations, but that's more easily mitigable. It doesn't have the sensitivity and uniqueness of the garden's collections.
Okay, got it. Okay. Let's start with Commissioner Goodrich, and then Commissioner Budger.
Okay, so I have a bunch of I have a number of questions. My first one is the text amendment, isn't it? I mean, I'm viewing it, I'm looking at it, and I guess my first question is it really useful? Because as of now, the proposal is not popular with the community board or president, especially considering the history. And so, what you know, it seems to me that the Second Amendment basically just ensures that design is enforceable. So my first question is what is the purpose of the Second Amendment? Is it really just?
Sorry, could you repeat the last line of it? Just it's a little hard
So
to.
that it's proposed.
Sure. Yeah, thank you for the question. So this text amendment came from the applicant team. As we all heard from the commission during certification, we were asked to think creatively about this site, given that the actions at the time did not allow to lock in any bulk. It was a standalone rezoning and MIH and parking the parking reduction. So there was no tool to lock in bulk at the time. So the applicant heard that, they responded with proposing this text amendment, which, as I said, you know, creates basically an imaginary plane that would not permit you know, development above it. It's mainly the rear end of the building where it requires a couple of setbacks, which, you know, while not mitigating the shadows, is effective in at least reducing them. In terms of the loophole question, I can't speak to that, but it is not something that we see often, and haven't had a full chance. It just came in, so we're still looking at it. We're interested in hearing comments from the public during the public hearing, and more guidance from the commission as decision makers.
Okay, and so the community, the text amendment, it doesn't just apply to the particular building, right? It applies to the whole block.
So the way it's written is that it applies to the whole block, but within MIH areas. MIH isn't currently mapped on the block, but it's proposed here. So if this application was approved, it would, at the time, only apply to this site because it is the only MIH site on the block. But in the future, if MIH was mapped in other sites, it would then apply to those sites as well.
So my concern is that there already is some hesitation from, well, the community isn't happy about it for good reason. And I'm wondering what this lead text amendment, you know, the fact that people are not really able to really engage in the process, but to give their feedback, because the original proposal that's been going on for months, and you know, the community board is involved, they voted on it, and then now we have like the July 12th text amendment. And maybe now parties have been informed or know about that late stage change. So
Yeah, sure. Thank you for the question. We heard that from Community Board 9 that the text amendment was submitted after their public hearing. They didn't have time to review it. Again, this is a private application. The applicant submitted it at that time. And as a result of, you know, our president also noted it, that it came in 2 days before the hearings. So it was a tight time frame. We hope during the CPC's period, CB9 can still partake in this discussion and provide input during the public hearing. And we can also, the applicant can speak more on Wednesday to why they've decided to submit the text amendment at that time.
The applicant claims through his attorney that the environmental report is an overestimation of the shadow impact. I believe they're saying by 225 feet, but essentially what their claim is that there wouldn't be as significant as shadow impact as the environmental report suggests. And I wonder if there's any.
Sure. I'll say we do follow the seeker technical manual, but Stephanie Still, our director of the ARD, can speak a little more to that.
Sure. Stephanie Still, Director of Environmental Review at City Planning. As we always do, and as Josh mentioned, we utilize a reasonable worst case development scenario based on the actions, what could reasonably be built. And so based on the zoning districts proposed with MIH, with the recently adopted carbon neutrality flexibility, the envelope was a reasonable estimation of the maximum height that could be built. It might be conservative, which is the direction we like to go. It might be slightly taller than what the applicant is specifically proposing, but definitely not 200 feet overestimate. You know, the bulkhead is a large mechanical bulkhead relative to what might ultimately be built for a building of this size, but ultimately reasonable and we think defensible for our requirements pursuant to SECRA and SECRA.
And one question. It's a two-parter, but obviously one of the main backup issues here that we need for housing. And you know, some people will say, well, don't just care. Matter about starting. If we need more housing. So is this particular? We've been talking a lot about some communities that have built not only a shelter, but like they don't have as much housing built in some communities as others. And I'm wondering if this particular board in this district has been developed more than others, because that's also a key here where the punch for more housing should be more of a priority than the starting. So I'm wondering if this particular community has more housing, has had more housing built.
Yeah, thank you for the question. For housing opportunity, we've been looking at this specifically in Brooklyn and how the districts stand on the list of housing production over the past decade. CB9 is not at the top of the list for Brooklyn or for cities.
And then my very last question is, my very last question is the lead part. How, you know, from the actual how much is this? Can you remind me again how much this project costs? I think it is higher than. I mean, we're also talking about how important, you know, what would this project actually bring, and I actually think it's the income guidelines and the actual rate is much higher than the actual.
Yes, thank you. So the applicant's proposing MIH options 1 and 2 here. Mapping options 1 and 2. At the moment, they're saying that they'd like to pursue option 1, which is still, and forgive me, I don't have the exact AMI for community board 9 or RER slide from the original one was removed, but it's still AMI that's below the AMIs for the MIH option.
I'm sorry, so the AMI that the applicant higher
for the MIH units, yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Commissioner Vice Chair Apples.
Thank you. Josh, I don't know if you know this, but I'm just wondering if the City of Yes proposal that's working its way through the review process right now, if that's approved, would the applicant here still pursue parking, or if they're not?
Yeah, thank you for the question. We have not spoken to the applicant about that. So I will make sure that we relay that to them so they can speak to it on Wednesday.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Osorio, and then Commissioner Ramchet.
Thank you so much, Chair. Thanks for the presentation and for engaging in with our questions. First, a clarification. In response to Commissioner Goodrich's question, you said that CD9 has not been contributing as much?
They're not on the top of the list of community districts.
Okay, because in the comments from the borough president, says that CD9 alone has added 1,800 new affordable housing units between 2014 and 2024, which is within the top 20. So I'm wondering what's the discrepancy?
So we're ranking them by community districts. In Brooklyn, there are other community districts that have
But this is considerable. No, I mean, we would agree this is a significant amount. Also, to connect that part of the question with the second part of Commissioner Richard's question, this is also the highest, at the highest level of this displacement risk. So I wonder, or I encourage you to, factor in both, because this seems to be sort of like a combination of two factors. Anyway, my question is sort of on the affordability housing, on the affordability question while we're on it. So it sounds like throughout the process, the community board has consistently asked for more affordable housing, and that hasn't necessarily been reflected even in the latest version of the proposal. Is that's right?
That's correct. They're just mapping MIH options 1 and 2, and they can ultimately choose either one if it's approved.
Thank you, thank you. I will be asking my questions to the applicant directly to them, but I have questions for the department. So I wanted to ask if from a secret point of view, the department feels comfortable with the extent of the current latest version of the shadow
by comfortable, you mean?
Do you feel we follow secret to the vehicle? Because, from my point of view, when we saw this at the certification, we didn't have a shadow analysis, a full developed shadow analysis. It sounds like we have one. Are you satisfied with it?
So the shadows analysis was fully conducted at the point of certification. We don't issue a notice of completion of an EIS until the department is comfortable with the conclusions that the conclusions are, following tech manual guidance and responsive to the concerns of a specific project location. So the details, I would say, were fully conducted at the point of the draft. We have, in response to a lot of comments, in response to the ATEX, have been supplementing with additional graphics, additional features like the remaining sunlight that the different resources are receiving, which goes above and beyond tech manual guidance in response to a lot of the concerns. So it was complete, and we are adding a robust supplemental information in response to comments. And we will, of course, be working with the applicant on the final EIS, which will not be issued until the department is satisfied.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I think that maybe the materials that we saw when we certified didn't do that level of detail, but thank you. I appreciate that. The second question has to do with, and this may be still a question for Stephanie, for your team. I know that this is beyond what SEEKR requires, but I know that the Botanical Garden specifically has raised some concerns in terms of the accuracy of the methodology used with satellite data, in terms of some trees that had already been cut by the time the image was taken. So can you speak a little bit about that and whether that has been addressed?
Yeah, I think what the image you was referring to is the applicant did a independent shadow analysis that does not follow SEEKR methodology. And that's where they had said they were looking at satellite data that takes into account trees that may have been trimmed or trees that are no longer on the property. We can't really opine on that because it's not, again, using SEEKR methodology, but they can speak more to it on that, I'd say.
Yeah, and I'll just point out a shadow from a tree that kind of is dappled, that is not pure shadow, is going to have a much different experience of sunlight than a building causing a shadow. So for that reason, SEEKR doesn't consider shadows from things like trees or other vegetation, just because it's so variable across seasons. So we're just looking specifically at buildings.
Okay, thank you. There was another question or another concern about the actual dates that have been used for the SEEKR part of the analysis. Are you comfortable with?
Yes, the few snapshots through time illustrate the maximum extent of where the sun is in relation to New York City specifically. And so these are dates selected to kind of give the range of conditions throughout the year. Very consistent, and we do think gives a good illustration of the range of outcomes of shadow.
Okay, so they were followed.
Yes.
The other question now is more about the solar height plane, limiting plane. So I want to know from again, we'll ask the applicant directly in some of this, but I just wanted to know from your point of view, what do you think about the recommendations that the board president is making in this regard, which, they are suggesting that it would be possible to create a new solar axis plane that could potentially prevent all shadows. I mean, we're using the 1991 framework to build on it, but ostensibly the City Planning Commission could, weigh in and provide better guidelines, right? I mean, not for nothing, a lot has happened since then. So I just wanted to hear a little bit, from your point of view, how does the department feel about the access plane sort of like being the approach here? What are the implications for other similar properties elsewhere? And specifically, what do you think about the idea of creating a neighborhood planning process with deeper engagement as the borough president is suggesting for this particular site?
Yes, thank you for the question. So I can follow up a little more on those specific questions. Solar access plan at post hearing, we're still working direct, but we do undertake studies at the department where we work with neighborhood stakeholders and look at areas that are appropriate for increasing density, housing capacity to increase density for new housing, and also areas that are situated for limitations, like some way to protect this block from PPG from shadows on this block. So we appreciate the VP's suggestion to explore this area further.
But is there what could be your in your already sort of like the discussions that you've had so far? Do you think that this is perhaps kind of like an opportunity for the department to engage in providing guidance there specifically on this, or to what extent, is there something concrete that we can offer the conversation to facilitate what is, as discussed as a very controversial proposal, but also a very controversial process, right? And just within this sort of like, stage of the process, we're already seeing sort of like a couple different sort of like applications, to be discussed on parallel. And, to be fair, this is a very complex sort of like process. So anyway.
Sure, and thank you. Alex Summer, the director of the Brooklyn office. So on the second part about just neighborhood processes, I think we would be more than happy to meet with Community Board 9 and talk about the goals they have for the neighborhood. We've heard, we know that there's a deep need for housing. Community Board 9 is in the middle of the road in terms of housing production. So they're not, the worst, they're not the best. And there is an opportunity to look at areas, I think as the DP had mentioned, like Empire Boulevard, there are housing opportunities along that corridor. And we have plenty of examples, as Josh mentioned, where we've gone up, we've gone down in capacity based on the appropriateness of different parts. So if that's something to think about, where there's an opportunity to look at like Empire Boulevard, I think we'd be open to discussing that with the community board. On the height plane modification, I think that's a question for the commission in conversation with the applicant as part of an ATEX modification. It's something that can be reviewed and modified. It can be voted down completely, can be approved completely. And so just like any other aspect of the application, I think that's something.
Thank you so much to both for your responses, and I really appreciate that last sort of part, and I really invite the commission to really think very carefully about the use of the height limiting plane in this way here, and to weigh all our options for the planning process. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Ricochet.
I'll be brief because a lot of the questions I was thinking about were already asked by my colleagues. Two things real quick. With regards to the mitigation to the park, can they explain further, I guess, on Wednesday? Because I'm curious to know what they exactly are and whether or not there's in the park's budget to do those mitigation, whether it's additional lighting, or you said they were doing the Ambo course?
Ambo course, correct.
Okay. I'm just curious what other steps are being taken to do improvements on the park. We expect a large public testimony. Also, no, I'm going to hold. I'll leave the rest for the applicant team when they come in, because I have some additional questions, but I'll hold back. I was just curious about the parks in terms of what kind of, in terms of their budget.
So as a mitigation, it would be a responsibility of the private applicant to fund the improvements that are decided upon as mitigation. So it would be in consultation with parks to design the measures, but the applicant would be responsible for paying or implementing those measures.
One last thing, I think on slide 10, I think you have a typo of the date. I think you have August 25th, 2024. Thank you. So, slide 10. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Gold.
Thank you. I have some of the same questions too, although just one or two quick ones to add. So one is just obviously saw the analysis on the R7A, R7B, R8A, as well as yes, right, at least the shadow analysis. What I didn't see, and forgive me, maybe is how many stories the R6A has a blank. What is that actually?
So it produced 168 units. Sorry, for R6A?
For at the right, exactly. I didn't see.
So it would be, they could do 7 stories with R6. That's
and I guess some of it is destined, but how many bids?
Yeah, about 168 units. Yeah.
Okay, this one, and then 2 on the subway analysis. Who prepares that? Is that something that we do internally, or is that outside?
So the applicant team has an environmental consultant, PHA, and a in consultation with the department, and specifically with Parks Department, given the shadows, they submit it. We give comments and work with them on the accuracy of it to finalize it.
Got it. So this is the applicant's keeps data that we're looking.
Correct. We're confirming. There's any area
we're confirming, but so that, in other words, there's no discussion or argument over the data that we had that the department's already had that discussion. This is accepting the data.
That's correct. We need to sign off on it to get the certification and be comfortable with the results.
Perfect. That's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. Just a quick clarification also to build on Commissioner Bolt's question. So I know that the Department of Parks, specifically, in addition to the Garden, have been very skeptical about the mitigation strategies, or or at least that I think specifically been the costs of relocating seems to be the only option in terms of the garden. But I'm wondering if they've commented on the latest version of this in terms of the impact of limiting the height in the new proposed way. Are they still, that's still the position from the parts?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So if I understand it correctly, is there any chance that the mitigations could be more feasible given the reduced shadows of this new massing?
Yes.
We have not heard otherwise from Parks, but I appreciate the suggestion. We will make sure we talk to them and can follow up if in case it does make any of the mitigations that previously were determined unfeasible more realistic.
Will they be here on Wednesday?
Parks Department, not to my knowledge, but I can see if we can have
everything.
It's a public hearing, so maybe they can join post-hearing, but I'll see what our options.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Okay, great. We'll pick this one up for a public hearing on Wednesday. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Okay, let's move on.
Future votes for consideration on Wednesday, August 7th is 25 Carlton Place, a SNAD authorization in Staten Island Community District 2. Also, the 3 landmark designation reports for Frederick Douglass Memorial Park, Brooklyn Edison Building, and Temple Court Atrium. Lastly, for Wednesday, staff have prepared reports for MSK Pavilion. Okay. Future votes for August 21st, 2024, we have a landmark designation report for 1 Wall Street Banking Room. Briefing materials were provided in your weekly materials. Okay. Post-hearing follow-ups. For post-hearing follow-ups on the items which had a public hearing at the July 24th hearing, we have Garden of Youth Community Garden. Yapet is here to present.
Hello again.
Hello again. So just wanted to give you a small update on the community garden that we discussed at the last hearing. The Community Garden did submit a letter with all of the questions that were asked by the commissioners. And they did address those questions. As you can see in that letter, this is just a brief reminder that the Office of the Bronx is in support of this project, and that as far as the Bronx office is concerned, we have satisfied all of the questions that we had internally. And if there are any questions that are still open from the commissioners, then I'm happy to relay those to.
Thank you. Are there any further follow-ups? Commissioner Soria, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm just wondering if there's any changes in the status of the land of the lot that was sort of in transition.
No updates at this time.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's move on to the next.
On Alapia Street mapping, there was a follow-up memo from the applicants in your materials. Abraham will join us at the next review session, but if there are any questions today, please let us know to tee that. Perfect. On 21st Street rezoning, Colin is on Zoom to present a slide.
Commissioner Ramshed, refuse that. Okay, so
Actually, we're going to have to
hold for another day.
Well, yes, we'll actually have to hold on that presentation because of quorum, so we'll break it up at the next review session. Yeah.
Thank you.
Colin, I'm not sure if you heard that on Zoom, but we're going to have to pause on 21st Street due to quorum. Okay. On 343 West 47th Street demolitions special permit, Abigail will join us at the next review session, but if there are any questions, please let us know ahead of time. Okay. On Malcolm Shabazz Harlem Plaza, there was a memo in your materials, and Trevor is here to present.
Trevor.
Good afternoon, commissioners. This will be very, very brief. This project, Malcolm Shabazz Harlem Plaza, had its public hearing on a Wednesday, July 24th, at which time a follow-up memorandum was requested by a commissioner in this body on how the proposed development will achieve passive house efficiency standard, and that was included in the materials today. Just very briefly, the department staff supports HPD's proposed disposition of the 4 city-owned lots forming today's Malcolm Shabazz Harlem Market on West 116th Street in Harlem, Manhattan Community District 10, and the proposed Urban Development Action Area designation and project approval. The proposed UDAP is a creative repurposing of underutilized space, which will bring 109 units of much-needed permanently affordable housing, as well as a modern enclosed replacement facility for the Malcolm Shabazz Harlem Market. In particular, department staff congratulate HPD and the applicant team on their stated intention to leverage the higher FARs the city is proposing to make available under the Universal Affordability Preference Program, which will maximize the number of income-restricted units in the proposed development, adding an additional 14 units. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you for that. Wait, before you go, Mr. Soria.
Sorry, actually, no, thank you so much. And thanks for the materials on the market. I appreciate that. I actually have a question on the previous proposal. Is that okay?
Let's hold it for the end, okay?
Okay.
Let's hold it for the end. Okay, that's right.
Okay, lastly, for the items that had a July 24th hearing is 135th Street rezoning. There was a memo in your materials, and Audrey is here to present the slide.
Good afternoon, commissioners. I'm here for a post-hearing follow-up on the 135th Street rezoning. Just going to do a quick recap of the application. It's a private application by CrossCap Holdings for zoning map amendment, a zoning text amendment, and 2 special permits to facilitate a 7-story mixed-use development. The proposed development would include 60 units, 12 to 15 of 15 of 18 of which would be MIH units, as well as a ground floor and community facility space at 701 West 135th Street in West Harlem, Manhattan Community District 9. The Department of City Planning staff supports the requested actions.
The department is especially supportive of housing in communities districts like Manhattan Community District 9 with limited new residential development. We acknowledge Manhattan Community Board 9's disapproval of the application, in which the board requested that the development site, which consists of a vacant two-story building, be marketed for commercial and manufacturing uses. The applicant has demonstrated a good faith effort to market the space for non-residential uses, but because of the site's challenges, it was unable to find a suitable commercial or manufacturing type. DCP believes that the proposed project would redevelop underutilized vacant land to maximize opportunities for housing development, including affordable housing, while also including some local serving retail and community facilities. Furthermore, the department is supportive of the applicant's continued coordination with relevant agencies for infrastructural improvements in the surrounding area, enhance safety, resiliency, and accessibility to the proposed development. Thank you, and happy to take your questions.
Great, thank you very much. We appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, let's move on.
Our last item for today is the City of Yes for Housing Opportunity, which had a public hearing on the July 10th public meeting. There is a memo in your weekly materials, and John Manchin and Alexandra Moskowitz are here to present and for questions.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, commissioners. So today, next slide, please. I think we have a three-part agenda. We've been asked to revisit some of the thinking behind the citywide approach as part of the housing opportunity proposals. Alex will provide more information on the environmental review approach here as well. And then I can come back to talk about some of the public comments you heard at the hearing around UAP, the interaction with our 10 areas. Next slide, please. Oh, sorry. There we go. So on the citywide approach, the goal of City of Yes for Housing Opportunity is, as you know, to create more housing, more types of housing in every neighborhood, every type of neighborhood across the city, from the lowest density areas to the highest. This is a genuinely citywide approach and reflects the fact that these proposals emerge directly from where we live, New York City, the city's fair housing report that HPD led back in 2019 and 2020. Through that fair housing lens, it becomes imperative to have every part of the city to contribute to addressing the challenges and the human consequences that emerge from the housing shortage. And that includes wealthier areas and low density areas where restricted land use prevents housing growth today. So that's why the fundamental reason why the housing opportunity proposals encompass the range of components that enable every type of neighborhood to contribute to housing growth while also respecting the existing built fabric there. We think this simple idea of a little more housing in literally every neighborhood, every type of neighborhood, also makes a lot of sense from a policy perspective, in addition to that fair housing perspective. If every neighborhood contributes, then we really can create a consequential amount of new housing without dramatic changes in any one place. That approach, of course, becomes less possible if we start making exceptions for certain neighborhoods, certain types of neighborhoods. While the commission has, of course, heard requests from residents of various areas for exceptions, we hope that the genuinely citywide approach that we're taking, really the first time we've done this, and the fair housing principles that underlie that approach make those sorts of exceptions much less likely than they've been in prior decades and under prior approaches. So just at a very basic level, the fair housing lens, the fact that proposals emerge from our fair housing report, that all contributed to the design of the various components and the genuinely citywide approach that you see here and that we hope to maintain as we progress through public review. I'll hand it over to Alex right now to discuss some of the issues around environmental handle questions.
Hi, everyone. Nice to see you again. We heard that it would be helpful to review the EIS framework and how we determine our citywide estimates for this proposal, along with a few technical areas. So that's what I'm going to go over. As a reminder, a generic EIS must estimate the amount, type, and approximate location and massing and form of future development and identifying a range of impacts that may occur. The environmental review studied the effects of the proposal through 3 methods. The first is prototypical site assessment. This is how citywide text amendments are typically studied. And our EIS studied around 25 prototypes that showed scenarios for individual development sites that demonstrate the range of typical cases from the proposal. But again, that's sort of a site-by-site lens. We also modeled the proposal's effects citywide and provide a range of possible units at the citywide level that is grown out of estimates from each neighborhood, which is also available in the EIS, to demonstrate, and get at that amount and approximate location requirement of the EIS. And then finally, we also introduced a representative neighborhood analysis to analyze the collective effects of the proposal at a neighborhood scale, right? What's happening site by site together can, collectively mean something else for a neighborhood. And this sort of relied on both prototype information and citywide estimates. You've seen this before, but when it comes to our citywide estimates, the EIS estimated approximately 58,000 to 109,000 incremental units on the low end and then the high end respectively. And citywide on the high end, this is a little less than a unit per acre over 15 years. Another component of the EIS was the housing market study, and this was really important in determining our estimates. It was created with the goal of establishing existing relative housing market strength by investigating housing demand and housing supply. These factors help us understand the likelihood that development would occur in different neighborhoods. Indicators of housing demand included factors such as price signals, population, income, household size, and housing supply included housing inventory, zoning characteristics, tenure, and building type. The market study from this established quintile rankings of market strength, and that was used to estimate how much housing capacity under future scenarios may result in development. We have heard a lack of confidence in the citywide estimates presented in the EIS, but want to be clear that DCP is confident that these estimates are reasonable and conservative for the purposes of our environmental review. Since 2010, we have averaged about 21,000 units per year in terms of housing creation. The no action condition high estimate predicts about 23,000 units per year, and overall between the high and low estimates, they frame both a future with a constrained market and one performing on par with past production, which is conservative for environmental review in terms of a no action scenario. The with action condition high estimate would result in an additional 7,300 units per year for a total of 30,600 units per year in the with action condition. And we believe this is a conservative assessment and assumes that we will achieve greater production each year for 15 years, 15 consecutive years than we have in any single year over the past 2 decades. The estimates were most important in the density-based analysis sections, where they were used to understand the total unit increment that could result in a neighborhood, and then assess environmental impacts from that. We have heard concerns that we did not take into account all development that could result from our proposal in our assessments, and want to be clear that we did account for development in a comprehensive way. While the representative neighborhood framework was used as a presentation mechanism, DCP always accounted for housing projections in the relevant study area. So for example, when we analyzed schools, we didn't look at a single neighborhood, but instead the whole school district, and all of the development that would be expected to occur in that district from the proposal. And for open space, we did not use arbitrary boundaries, but instead looked at how new populations originating anywhere could affect open space access and summarize that at the neighborhood level. In this way, we didn't artificially draw boundaries while doing our assessments, and always accounted for the whole increment from the proposal. We've gotten some questions about the findings of the EIS, so I'm going to cover two analysis areas that we've heard the most about from our communities, schools, and then water and sewer infrastructure. One major goal of this proposal is to make it easier to raise a family in New York City and to give families more housing options. So of course, we hope this results in more children enrolled in our local schools, and understand the concerns around schools with this proposal. The city is constantly assessing where there are education needs, and the SCA and DCP work closely together on an advanced process to plan for future development and address school needs. DCP works closely to develop student population projections with the SCA based on existing and expected housing unit development. We monitor new development, planned development, and potential development to create the best available population projections. Each 5-year SCA capital plan captures this work, and through it, we will be able to respond to future needs that may occur over the next 15 years. We have also heard concerns about infrastructure related to sewers and stormwater runoff. Due to recent regulations across New York City outside of CHO, development will be managing more stormwater than previously required through the Unified Stormwater Rule, which requires developments of a certain size to process stormwater on site to help with runoff. Further, the recently adopted carbon neutrality text amendment clarified language to fully allow for permeable paving where appropriate, and adopt and updated street tree rules to accommodate for rain gardens and bioswales. The EIS contains a detailed investigation of prototypes, none of which had stormwater or sewer impacts on their own. And then at a neighborhood level, a qualitative analysis of the proposals that may affect stormwater and permeability was included, as well as a quantitative analysis on the capacity of wastewater resource recovery facilities. While new development is often associated with impervious surfaces, this proposal will not be unlocking the ability to pave over any pervious surface where not already permitted today. And many of the proposals would not increase impervious surfaces. Some may even have the potential to improve it. Further, the changes that are part of this proposal for sites not covered by the Unified Stormwater Rule are too small to affect stormwater on a site-by-site or a neighborhood basis. Additional regulations outside of zoning on water and sewer infrastructure will help prevent sewer and stormwater impacts, including the Unified Stormwater Rule as previously discussed, and standards that DEP has for new sewer hookups, which protect local system capacity. DEP is constantly assessing needs through a 10-year capital plan, and we are working with them to create a process to track new housing units going forward. The EIS is generic and identifies the range of potential impacts, but is not a mechanism for identification of specific mitigations or a substitute for a citywide capital strategy. DCP is working with City Hall and partner agencies on a concurrent strategy that is aimed at addressing capital needs in areas where existing conditions may be exacerbated, and policy options to monitor housing production, assist agencies in capital needs identification, and study new zoning mechanisms that could help to achieve our goals. I'll pass it back to John now for our tenant UAP.
Okay,
You heard some comments about UAT and R10 and the existing IHTA programs at the public hearing. So we wanted to revisit that now to address any issues. So let's start with the way that the existing voluntary inclusionary housing programs work today. So today, under the two voluntary inclusionary programs, we have the R10 IH program and R10 areas in the inclusionary housing designated areas, which is a newer program that applies in medium and high density districts that have been designated as inclusionary housing designated area. Projects can earn a floor area bonus today in a few different ways, but one of those ways includes offsite options. That is, you can get a bonus for providing new affordable housing offsite within the community district or within a half mile. In R10 areas, you can, beyond that offsite option, you can also get it for preservation affordable housing as well. That is taking existing affordable housing and enhancing its ability to remain affordable into the future, permanently affordable. You can use that to we're going to talk mostly about R10 areas today. For R10 areas in R10 IH, the ratio of the bonus ratio can depend on whether the affordable housing is newly constructed, whether it's preservation, and how the project is financed. You get a higher bonus if it's totally out of pocket, privately financed, versus a situation where it has support from subsidies or other publicly financed situations. So if you are doing the R10 IH program today, you're doing offsite, you can get a 3.5 to 1 bonus ratio there if it's privately financed. If you're doing preservation, affordable housing approved by HPD, you can get a 2 to 1 bonus ratio. For projects that are publicly funded, you only get a 1.25 to 1 bonus ratio. What that means is that for every square foot of affordable housing you provide, you get either 3.5 square feet of market rate floor area, or 2 square feet of market rate floor area in the event of preservation, or 1.25 square feet of market rate floor area if it's a publicly financed project. So that 3.5 to 1 bonus ratio that enables, if you're in R10 district, enables a 20% bonus, from 10 all the way up to 12, for as little as 5% affordable housing overall. Often people who are more familiar with the IHTA programs, the more recent inclusionary programs that have that 1.25 to 1 ratio, or are familiar with MIH, are often surprised at how generous that bonus is. That reflects the fact that this is the oldest of the IH programs. It dates back to the 1980s. We were kind of dipping our toes into inclusionary housing after some prior failed attempts to create a workable inclusionary housing program. And so, from the perspective of today, in the context of our newer programs, that 3.5 to 1 bonus ratio often strikes people, including folks within city government, as overly generous, as in many ways outdated. So under CHO, this would change. So first of all, generally speaking, taking a step back, universal affordability preference will not have an offsite option. Generally, that's the general rule. However, we absolutely do not want to take anything away from folks who haven't today. In areas that have an offsite option today, that is within R10 IH areas or within inclusionary housing designated areas, we want to maintain the ability to do offsite affordable for a period of 10 years. We want to create a period over which projects that are in process can move forward as we transition the overall regime from one that includes offsite options one that's just a simple UAP zoning framework where all affordable housing provided is on site. So after that 10-year period, the offsite option with an UAP would sunset. You would no longer be able to use the offsite option, and affordable housing would not be able to generate offsite bonus, and we just have the option of providing affordable housing on your site or not. However, we'll get into the details because we've definitely gotten questions from various quarters. Any outstanding or in-process bonus that's generated by affordable housing, that would be vested at its existing ratio forever. So if you're an affordable housing developer, for instance, that built affordable housing based on the assumption that you'd be able to sell your floor area at a 3.5 to 1 bonus ratio to, you know, a condo developer in an R10 area, you relied on that. And so we will vest forever the offsite bonus that you generated at whatever ratio you generated. And we want to be very generous, very liberal with our vesting provisions to make sure that we're not only talking about outstanding existing bonus that's generated by affordable housing that very well may be occupied today, but also projects that are in process, that are well along, that we're not changing the rules on them midstream either. You know, we've heard from some affordable housing providers that use the program, and they generate, they're called certificates, offsite bonuses, you'll hear that called certificates. It can take several market cycles to sell the certificates, that offsite bonus that they've generated to market rate developers in order to recoup those costs that were incorporated into their development pro forma. And so that's why we want to vest it forever. And say, if you have certificates to sell, you will be able to sell them into the future for market rate projects that need to buy offsite bonus. However, so after enactment, say the Housing Opportunity Proposal UAP is enacted, any new offsite bonus that gets generated after enactment would be at the new UAP ratio. And the UAP ratio is simply 1 to 1. You know, you remember how UAP works. There's a market rate floor area, maximum floor area, and there's an affordable, qualifying affordable housing FAR that's somewhat higher. If you want to go above your market rate floor area, you do that through the provision of affordable housing. And so if you're a UAP project within R10 area or within HDA that wants to take advantage of the offsite option, that's fine. You can provide additional floor area on your site, or you can provide the exact same amount of additional affordable floor area offsite. So the ratio is just 1 to 1. What the sunset provision means, 10 years in the future, is that there would be a period of 10 years after enactment where affordable projects could continue to generate that offsite bonus. But instead of a 3.5 to 1 ratio or a 1.25 to 1 ratio, it would just be 1 to 1. Provide the affordable housing offsite, on-site, but it would be the same amount. So the question came up, why get rid of the 3.5 square feet, 3.5 to 1 bonus ratio? As I mentioned, we do see this as somewhat anachronistic, complicated, overly generous. We don't want to be creating perverse incentives to do offsite affordable over onsite. When we've heard overwhelmingly, you know, in the public review process that people do want to reinforce that idea of onsite affordable housing in the context of mixed income buildings. We also want to move towards a simpler, more unified regime here, where all UAP areas, you know, all medium and high density districts work the same outside of MIH areas. So we're trying to move into a future where we're harmonizing those regimes. You know, we are doing this intentionally, you know, with our eyes open. We fully expected to hear, as you did at the hearing, from market rate developers who love the generous bonus ratio, who have relied on it on the past in order to bonus, for instance, from 10 to 12 with, again, as little as 5% affordable floor area. We absolutely expected to hear from them and heard from them in our outreach, ahead of referral, so that's no surprise, but it is intentional to try to update these projects, to try to harmonize them, make them consistent, in order to maximize the amount of affordable housing that we can produce. I know some of that's complicated. I can walk through a couple of examples here. A few different ways we look at it. You have rental projects, you have condo projects, and then you have preservation. These are all our 10 examples because those are the comments that you heard most about. First off, and simplest, is existing rental project at 312 West 43rd Street. The way that it works today, it has 330 total units. Under the R10 inclusionary program, only 15 or 5% of those units are permanently affordable. So, that, like I said, that strikes people as surprising that only 15 out of 330 units are required to be affordable by the zoning. In the future, typically these rental projects will take a tax benefit, and so some larger proportion of those units will be affordable, not permanently affordable under the existing regime. So UAP will work well with this type of project in the future. Again, a rental project, a mixed income rental, will use 45X, the new state tax incentive for mixed income housing. And then it will conform those units in terms of number and in terms of AMI levels to UAP in order to build a bigger building. And so we fully expect UAP 45X to work really well for these rental projects in the future in our 10 districts and other medium high density districts around the city. Next, we have a condo building located in our 10 area. If you want to use the offsite option, in the future, you would have, in order to get from 10 to 12, all of the increment between 10 to 12 would have to be affordable floor area. That's 20,000 square feet for a 10,000 square foot site in 10. Today, they would only need to purchase about 5,700 square feet of offsite bonus for that. So about 5%. HPD, we feel that requirement is too low today. And we think it's reasonable for us to be asking for more city benefit to maximize a project's floor area in situations like this, to bring it in line with other programs and with current expectations that the city has developed over the years. I'll also note that, back in 2015, the tax incentive was reformed. It no longer is applicable to condos. That was intentional as part of an effort to sort of shift production away from condos towards rentals. And similarly here, relative to the status quo, to what we see today, the fact that UAP is easier to use for rentals in conjunction with a tax benefit, that will make rentals relatively more likely and condos less likely for these types of sites, again, relative to the status quo. And we see that as a beneficial development. Lastly, preservation project in R10. Again, the other way that you can bonus up in R10, you can do preservation at a 2-to-1 bonus. Our changes to the programs will best the existing ratio for projects that currently have a regulatory agreement, and will likely go beyond that as well to best projects that are in process but may not have gotten all the way to regulatory agreement yet. We'll come back to you in future sessions on particular vesting language. Any projects closing under UAP rules will be using new 1-to-1 ratio, however. Our goal for these projects that are already underway is to hold them harmless. And I want to note too, that in the zoning text you looked at, HPD has the authority, the new authority under the zoning text you're looking at, to say no to preservation projects that don't provide real and meaningful benefits for affordability. A question that frequently comes up in might be on your minds right now is, if the affordable housing is existing, how do we know that, market rate developer is providing enough benefit in order to be able to bonus up? And sometimes that can be an issue. Some preservation projects involve tons of expense, and are akin almost to new construction affordable, whereas others, maybe they don't need that much work. We provided authority to the zoning text for HPD to be able to take a look at the value that's added, the value that's created there, and only sign off on those preservation projects that really make sense. And with those additional tools, we think that the preservation aspect of UAP can actually be a very powerful source of financing for those projects. So that's what I have on UAP and on 10. We can open it up for questions on that, or to Alex on environmental review, or any other issues that you may have.
Great. Well, thank you, John. Thank you, Alex. Obviously, a lot of material here, and we thought it was important to cover these areas because there were areas we heard about in the hearing, more subjects to come, and obviously want to make sure that the commission has a chance to digest what you heard, but also there's an opportunity now, if you wish, to pose questions about either of those subjects or any outstanding subjects here, but also not our only follow-ups for housing opportunity over the next couple of sessions. So I will open the floor and see if anybody has questions.
Actually, just a question to pose on the process, on the post-hearing follow-up process. So these three categories that we discussed today, and let's say in another hearing, there may be other categories. In terms of digesting some of this, we can ask a question at another hearing about something we've heard at a previous hearing.
Yes, we're not gonna stand on ceremony here because you've got the experts right here. We can make sure that they are present. And it's also a lot of material. So we're correct. So yes, this is an opportunity today, but also if you signal to us that you want to regroup and cover some of these things next go around, that's fine.
Yeah, go ahead. Thank you,
Commissioner Osorio.
Thank you, Chair, for creating a space for other people to speak about things and to do it thematically. It's very useful to focus on the specific components of this. And thank you to both for taking the time to walk us through your reflection of what you heard. So, I've made a series of questions and I wanted to follow up on a couple of them. But I also wanted to use the time to suggest that we maybe consider at the next time to talk about infill campus as a separate topic. I think that would be useful. And I also suggest that we consider maybe spending some time looking at these different components spatially to understand, how do we anticipate places where they would overlap? And this is maybe an opportunity to follow up on a question that Commissioner Marin asked at the last conversation in terms of some of the research and some of the data that you looked at to try to understand or to build the assumptions in terms of how will the market respond to those instances. My questions are still very much motivated by concerns that I've heard and been reading about in terms of, how does the city of Yes anticipate response to unanticipated displacement and speculation? And so I'm wondering if maybe that's kind of like a separate topic. I just wanted to quickly today follow up on the question that I had asked last time about your initial thoughts, your response to some of the recommendations posed by both the Board President and ANHD specifically in terms of the opportunities to have different performance options so that UIP can have, very different things in terms of the way that it's structured. In terms of, the second question is a follow-up to a concern that I've heard over and over, which is that, I think you've made it very clear. I think the Board President
the Brooklyn Borough president understands that very clearly, has included that in their comments, that this is a component of a much larger strategy. But in order to help the public navigate through what are the other components of that strategy, I had asked whether the department can point out what other initiatives is the city currently working on in terms of the universal voucher program, social housing, or any other requirements for rent regulation to secure that there is a concrete amount of affordable housing produced at the end of this process. And maybe the last question that I wanted you to just to quickly follow up is something that we haven't really discussed as much. I feel, and maybe this is again an opportunity more than a follow up to suggest another area of discussion, which is the new high density. If we can understand a little bit, where are the places where that these high density districts will go? I know that you are not mapping them, but I think it would be it would be important to understand where at least we don't want them to go, given the results of the EIS in terms of the infrastructure impacts that would create, as long as there is a plan to do that, which is another concern that I've heard. Whereas the proposal has created a lot of flexibility to increase the amount of housing that can be produced, there's little planning in terms of what would the infrastructure required, or how will be produced, where will be needed, and so forth. I know that you're responding to the results of the EIS in terms of where you consider that there's a significant impact to do that. But I feel that that's a concern that I've heard over and over in terms of what if. For example, today we've talked about proposals that may actually be able to take advantage of as of right, new proposed changes that would allow such levels of entity as of right without the actual detailed discussions in terms of their environmental impacts as we currently do. So anyway, I'll stop there. Thanks again for the opportunity to further discuss this.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. Let me, I'm not sure my microphone is working, but we're going to give, here we go. Thank you, Commissioner. Before we go to Commissioner Marine on Zoom, I certainly want you to address those questions, and also obviously we'll have plenty of time for follow-ups. I just wanted to note for the Commission, I am eyeing today a 5 o'clock end for today's session, just because we are low on quorum. I want to be respectful of people's time, but nobody can actually leave. So we're all up here. So I just wanted to note that. So let us take a shot at Commissioner Sorio's questions, and we'll go to Commissioner Marine, and we'll thank you.
Great. I'll touch on some of the points briefly. So on the displacement issue, back to where we live, the Fair Housing Report that I think does a good job of laying out what might be counterintuitive to some folks, might not to others, that the real driver of displacement at whatever geography you want to reference, whether it's citywide, whether it's particular neighborhoods, whether it's particular blocks, is just that lack of housing. And the displacement is everywhere driven by the fact that you don't have enough housing for the number of people who want to live there. And who tends to lose out in situations like that? It tends to be the people with the least economic power. And of course, we have tenant protection laws and everything like that to try to rebalance the power in situations like that. Just fundamentally speaking, in order to support those tenant protection laws, we also need to ensure that we're building enough housing to relieve some of those displacement pressures that we see, again, citywide or in particular neighborhoods. I think of this plan as extremely focused on displacement, on the fundamental driver of displacement, the housing shortage. It's among the range of baleful human consequences that emerge from the housing shortage. In terms of the amount of affordable housing that we expect to produce, the UAP framework is not novel. I think of it as taking an existing framework that works really well. That is, the voluntary programs in conjunction with the tax benefit, and just radically expanding that geographically. So today, the voluntary programs that I touched on, the R10 and the IHTA, they apply in about 13% of medium and high density districts. UAP would expand that to 100% of medium and high density districts, in a way that, going from 13% to 100%, we expect that to increase the amount of affordable housing that we produce, thereby, by an order of magnitude. So we're really excited about that, and we don't think that the framework is speculative. We think we're taking one that works really well today and just broadening it out. In terms of where the new high density districts would go, I just really don't want to prejudice any. The point of creating them in the zoning, but not mapping them anywhere, is to ensure that geographically specific planning processes can play out in areas where those districts are proposed to be mapped. And so I can't speak to any particular places where we would map those ahead of the planning processes that would put those in place. In terms of infrastructure, I could kick that back to Alex to describe the ways that we've considered the potential consequences of these proposals across the different categories of infrastructure, whether you're talking about schools, whether you're talking about stormwater. I don't know if you had anything to add to Commissioner Osorio's question.
Just to mention that the analysis at this time is conceptual. So there is a conceptual analysis framework chapter in the EIS that covers projects that seek action at a future date. So there is some description of the types of things that would have to be done to understand what infrastructure is needed, but without knowing the specific location of any private action or public action, that, you can't know what the needs will be without that specificity. That's why it's analyzed in future environment.
Gotcha. Okay. It sounds like you understood the question a little bit better than I did about. I apologize if I misunderstood the question. But yeah, when those higher density districts are mapped in the future, that's when they'll get site specific, geographically specific, and full environmental review across the range of infrastructure categories.
Commissioner, before I go to a follow-up, let me just see who wants to pose questions today. Commissioner Gold, thank you. Commissioner Gold, anybody else have questions today? Commissioner Goodrich? Okay, let's give you you want to wait? Yeah, okay, Commissioner Gold, yeah.
Thanks. Just one clarification. I understand when we talk about the sunsetting over 10 years, how that plays in. That's for projects that are already underway today, or is that a big opening?
So let me try again. I think of three categories of projects. The first category are affordable offsite bonus that exists today. It's already been generated. Say it's at a 3.5 to 1 bonus ratio. That gets vested for all time until someone comes along and wants to buy that bonus. It remains for sale. You can sell it as long as you want. We would liberalize the vesting provisions around that in ways that I mentioned. So if you're a project that's in process, maybe you haven't gotten your C of O yet, or you haven't gotten your regulatory agreement with HPD, but you have relied on those rules, we will return to you with vesting language that holds those projects harmless too, that enables them to proceed without blowing up the assumptions that they made when they. That's category one, vested for all time at whatever the ratio is today, 3.5 to 1, 2 to 1, 1.25 to 1. Vested for after enactment, but within the sunset period, affordable housing developers will still be able to generate offsite bonus, but it'll just be at the new ratio that is 1 to 1. And similarly, if you're an affordable housing developer that is depending on some of that offsite, support from a market rate developer to finance your project, you will be able to do that. Any bonus that you generate, again, will be vested for all time. So you'll be able to hold on to it until the time as you sell it to recoup the money that you were expecting when you generated it. After the sunset, 10 years post enactment, you will no longer be able to generate offsite bonus for UAP. MIH has an offsite option that will continue to exist, so you'll still have that. But under the proposal, at least, R10 UAP would no longer have an offsite option. Sites within former IHDAs, medium and high density inclusionary program, it would no longer have an offsite option. If you wanted to take advantage of UAP, you would just have to provide the affordable housing on site. So those are 3 categories. Vesting under the existing ratio for all time. During the sunset period, you can continue to generate offsite at the new ratio 1 to 1. After sunset, will no longer be able to generate offsite bonus for UAP. Still do it for MIH. Mandatory programs, we need to be more flexible there, but you would not be able to do it. Does that make sense?
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Marin.
Thank you, Chair. So I wanted to address the issue of preservation. You mentioned that for preservation, there'd be some sort of rethinking of how the inclusionary housing credits are awarded, and you mentioned that it would be based on the amount of preservation work going on in the building. So 2 questions. One is, have you thought about what those thresholds may be? And the reason why I ask is because, for example, on a tax credit rental, where between year 10 and 15, you're looking at major systems. And if there's a resyndication, so in that instance, you're going to have major components of a building replaced. You're going to have your roof, your windows, your boiler, maybe hot water heater, maybe you're going to electrical, maybe you're upgrading to instant heat, instant water heat. So I'm just curious to see if you've given it thought as to what levels would constitute what level of bonus based on the amount of work that they're doing in the building.
Sorry, did I cut you off?
Oh, no, I was just going to mute myself at the same time. So I was probably muting as I was talking.
Okay. Those are great questions. To be clear, the preservation ratio would be 1 to 1. You would not vary the ratio depending on how significant the work is. In terms of HPD authority, I was referring more to just the threshold question. Yes or no, as opposed to something more of a continuum where you have a sliding scale for the bonus ratio. To get more specific than that, I think I would need to talk to my colleagues who actually do these deals at HPD. So if you like, we can put something in the commission packet on that question for the rest of the commission to consider that can provide more detail.
Yes, I think that would be beneficial, because at the end of the day, we don't want this to be subjective and one person then cries out that they're getting something that the other person didn't get. I think that if there was sort of a prescription of what the preservation amount is and whether or not you do get it, I mean, it's easier for someone to defend that type of an action when it's clearly spelled out.
Yes, completely. And so, the way that these programs are administered, there's the zoning text, and then there are the guidelines that HPD creates through a rulemaking process. And absolutely, the regulations that govern this would be spelled out in detail through a combination of those 2 sources.
Thank you, John.
Thank you, Commissioner Marin. You want to do follow-up? Yeah, okay. I'm gonna go back to Commissioner Osorio for a few minutes and thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Thanks again so much for engaging with our questions. I appreciate the rationale. I just wanted to quickly respond to a couple of things that I heard, just to make sure I understood correctly. In terms of the amount of affordable housing that will be expected, will be produced, you're saying that what is kind of like the research that you're relying on, or the data you're relying on, other than the HPD plan to base the design of the
Just the history, as I implied in the earlier parts of my presentation, we actually had three or four failed attempts to create inclusionary housing programs in the 70s and 80s before we came along with the R10 program in 1987. It's finally started to produce some affordable housing. And then the inclusionary housing designated areas program didn't come along until 2004, 2005. As I think you also know, the 421A program evolved in the 1970s as strictly a tax benefit for anybody who produced housing anywhere into more of an incentive that supports mixed income housing with affordable housing requirement now citywide. That's changed over time as well. And so when I say that we expect to produce an order of magnitude more affordable housing, that takes in the sweep of that history, that we feel that over time, over the decades, in terms of experimenting with the zoning, tweaking the zoning, and similarly on the tax benefit side, that we've created a framework that actually works really well to produce affordable housing. And so taking that framework that today applies within a relatively limited geography in medium and high density districts and saying, hey, let's apply it everywhere throughout all medium and high density districts outside of MIH areas. And so that's why we expect it to produce in the past and we expect it to produce in the future.
Thank you. I appreciate the explanation of what you're trying to accomplish. But my suggestion would be to try to contextualize the rationale in terms of perhaps some of the various research reports that have been done on voluntary housing, so people can understand a little bit, how you made these decisions and where are the assumptions coming from. The other two quick responses or follow-ups, it would be useful if at another point you can expand a little bit on. I understand that with the high density districts, you don't know where they go. But at least to clarify what's been the rationale to create them. Because in my mind, that would come from a spatial process where you would see an opportunity where you can visualize the amount of density that would be otherwise allowed that, would suggest that you need another district. But if there isn't a connection between kind of specific sites, specific neighborhoods where you see, it's hard for me to understand sort of like what is the substance or the argumentation, the rationale behind the need. And just to quickly respond to Alex again, thank you so much, Alex. Thank you so much for what you said about the way in which the citywide zoning text amendment is anticipating like the need for infrastructure. But what you said, the fact that it's barely impossible to anticipate and respond without a Euler process is behind the concern some people raised in terms of places where we may not know and we may not plan to.
Yeah, sorry, I misinterpreted your question as being relative to the new high density districts. So I don't know that go on. No. Well, the next round. All right.
I don't know.
Okay. Correct. Yeah, so the purpose of the EIS is to determine the likelihood and range of impacts that we might see. And we did identify some areas where there's infrastructure that might be needed, right? And that's based on you know, our representative neighborhoods, our estimates for development, right? But what we're doing in City of Yes relies on a lot of private actors to make decisions on their sites, to utilize, you know, what we're giving them. And we can't know exactly where development is going to happen, not with the specificity. You know, we did this neighborhood level. We feel pretty confident at the neighborhood level, but not with the specificity that it might take to site a school, right? Because we don't know when or where that development is going to happen. So that's why I was bringing up the city's regular capital planning process, right? What we're trying to do is prepare ourselves with policies, with monitoring, with these other tactics to really help agencies understand where real development is happening as early as possible, in order to inform capital planning decisions in that long term, in the long-term capital planning processes that we already have. We're also considering, you know, investments in areas where there have been impacts, right, together with City Hall. So sort of a tiered strategy where we're trying to understand, you know, what policies, what investments are would really help the city, you know, in areas where existing conditions might be exacerbated, or where, you know, really a better approach to monitoring might help an agency like DEP or DOT understand where they need to.
Thank you. I think that's clear to me, but what I'm trying to say is why not then have a neighborhood by neighborhood review, if that's what you feel is the right scale of comprehensive planning, and not just respond to a side-by-side proposal, but actually create drive sort of like development and plan for the infrastructure intentionally.
I mean, if neighborhood planning is great, you know, we still do it. We think of neighborhood planning as complementary to citywide approach. Typically, in a neighborhood plan, you're making really significant changes across a narrow geography. You have time to go site by site with the stakeholders and really decide what the future of a neighborhood should be, how it should change. And, you know, neighborhood planning can and often does lead to significant change in particular areas, like think of Gowanus, you know. Whereas this is a complementary approach, as broad as possible geographically. But when you do that, because of things like infrastructure concerns, you obviously can't increase capacity as much on any one site as you can through a neighborhood plan. And so I think your questions are really good and get at sort of the differences, the compare and contrast between neighborhood planning and our citywide approach in a way that shows how they're complementary, we think that they're both necessary. If we only had neighborhood planning in our toolbox, we would be here until, you know, for the next 300 years before we got to all the neighborhoods around the city that can handle additional housing and can help us address you know, that range of human consequences that emerge from the housing shortage. I wanted to revisit as well, you know, you mentioned the planning rationale for the higher density district. I think the planning rationale there is pretty straightforward. When we're doing our housing opportunity proposals, where, like I said, literally we're trying to enable a little more housing in every neighborhood, every type of neighborhood across the city. The 12 FAR cap is, you know, means that one particular type of area, you know, those that are already zoned up against the cap today, those are the one exceptions where we can't actually create a little more housing in those areas. Those areas tend to be the most central, the best served by infrastructure, by transit, best access to jobs. They also tend to be pretty darn wealthy parts of the city as well. And so if in the context of a fair housing proposal, the one part of the city that you can't create additional capacity in is like the most central, best transit, best access to jobs, wealthiest. That is anti-planning. It's anti-fair housing. And so, you know, we see it as really important to try to put those neighborhoods on the map. Can't do it right now, but at least in the future by creating these additional zoning districts. The thing that doesn't have a planning rationale is, you know, the fact that is the cap. I mean, it's just totally arbitrary. I've never heard anybody say that a 12 FAR cap is anything other than admittedly totally arbitrary. So we see this as part of an effort to further those planning and fair housing objectives that I mentioned by, you know, moving beyond what has been an arbitrary cap on density since.
Commissioners, I think based on the hour and the microphones that are real balance. Imagine, let me just say, yeah, I took a photo of you, like you're having a press conference. Thank you for your patience, everybody, and also I've asked commissioners to stay in their seats until this moment. I think now is the time. So we obviously will follow up. Commissioner, sorry, if you have follow-up specifically, we can pose them either at the next one or in between, whatever is most helpful. Madam Secretary, I sometimes ask this question to you thinking that this is the end of the meeting, and I'm certainly hoping that that is the case today.
Unfortunately, I don't have a microphone, but yes, no further.
All right, Madam Secretary has confirmed that that is in fact the end of the meeting. With appreciation to all of you, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
It's Jonathan.